Hello everybody, happy Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. I've got the cat on me right now. This is going to be Music of the Night, Media Swamp Stock Tutorial Series Part 10. I'm going to read a lawsuit called Young versus Garcetti that I filed last March 9th in 2022. So without much further ado, I just wanted to say that this video will probably be posted, and well, maybe not. If this video is posted and I'm not suspended and it's not taken down, the next one I'm going to post reads, I'm not even going to read the title because that might not, that one, if that one gets me suspended, this one is the only one that's good. This is the last one of the series that's going to be posted. And I just wanted to say you could find me at, I'm going to try to get back on Twitter, and if Elon is, he's acting a little bit despotic right now with not allowing everybody to come back onto Twitter. So I don't get what that's all about, but you know, so whatever. If he's not letting me back on Twitter, I'll be at Truth Social, or I'll just be watching movies and taking a break. That's all. Everything here is, oh, you know where it is. It's most everything here, except when I'm reading now. I don't think I have these up there. Anyway, you could find my stuff on a website called Rights for Families, where it's the number 4 instead of the word 4. Rights, the number 4, families.wordpress.com, and then everything else you could do by going to going to the federal court. What is that called? That one system that they use to collect all their, and just search my name for lawsuits, and search Young versus Garcetti from March 9th for the Central District of California, United States District Court for the Central District of California, and look for Young versus Garcetti there, and then that'll be that. That's what I'm going to read today, and in that lawsuit is an attachment, and the attachment is what I'm going to read next on part 11. Okay, enough of this. I hope I could read it. I can't see past the cat. So again, we're just going to go to Huguette Nicole Young YouTube channel from here. YouTube cracks me up. Whatever shows up every time I do this is different. This is my YouTube channel. Sorry, this plays every time. You can go to the About section, or apparently, here it is, Young versus Garcetti. It's on I have 5 links up here on the website, but it's Young versus Garcetti here, or you go to the About page, and I just got through reading the 16th Amendment Must Fall First. That was the Dred Scott thing I did. And then the next one I'm going to do is, after this one, is COVID-19's true death toll, right there. That one I'm trying to get published, sort of. I'm not making a big effort right now, but I should. So this is Young versus Garcetti, published on March 9th, 2022. 1 year to the date. What's going on over here is I just got through uploading another video, and it's still processing at YouTube. So that's part 8. That's part 9 that's being uploaded right now that I just did earlier tonight. So this is a very busy night. I happen to be at my 24-hour fitness in Burbank. I usually come here later in the morning to take a shower and stuff, but last night in the middle of the night, or just a few hours ago, my battery ran out. Okay, so I got off work, came out to Burbank for my weekend, and fell asleep immediately because I'm just so tired. And when I woke up, it was past 9 o'clock, which is when the Starbucks closes. And if the Starbucks is closed, I'll run out of battery. I didn't have a chance to charge anything, is what I'm saying. So because of that, I just come out to the 24-hour fitness, which is open 24 hours, and I charged here, and that's why I'm out here. So I just charging my stuff, and that's why I love 24-hour. I love the 24-hour Vons over by the Starbucks. But I don't think they'd let me come inside to charge my stuff there, and I don't want to wear out my welcome there. I might want to end up working there if Target ever fires me for any reason. I want to work at the 24-hour Vons. I love 24-hour places. And by the way, 24-hour fitness in West Hills, that's right next to the Target where I work. It's very convenient. I love it. It's my home, away from home, away from no home. And I take my showers there whenever I can, but they close down. They close at like 9 o'clock at night, sometimes 7, sometimes 10, and open up only at 5 after I'm at work. So that was because of the pandemic, the supposed pandemic. And that, I think the businesses now need to either sell that off to another business that isn't 24-hour fitness, or shut down, or open it up 24 hours, because it's long enough now. All the other 24-hour fitnesses around went to 24 hours, the way the name says, but that one still isn't, and I'm complaining. I'm saying, look, this is long enough. If you guys can't sustain a worker there for 24 hours, or you can't sustain paying for it being open 24 hours, you need to sell it off to somebody who can, or somebody who runs it that's not 24-hour fitness. That's fine, but that needs to be done. Anyway, just putting in my 2 cents. All right. Without much further ado, Young versus Garcetti. Here we go. Oh, I just did that. No, wait a minute. I don't want to open this twice. Okay, here we are. Young versus Garcetti. This is available at, what is that called? Pace. Is it Pacer or Pace? Is that it? There's like, whatever, that big program. You usually have to pay for it, though, and it's so stupid, but it should be free, and it should be open, and we really need more access to all of these, all the lawsuits that are being filed in the court system. Everything needs to be digital, and it needs to be perfectly accessible to everybody, including stuff like LexisNexis, and all this stuff needs to go to be free and accessible, and the government needs to pay for that, period. I mean, we send tax money in. What is the tax money going for? 50 billion goes to all over the world. To what? I don't know what it's going to. It's going to the swamps. And yet you can't spend like $1 million, and not even $1 million. You can't even spend a very, 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 very small fraction of that to get the damn court system upgraded with computerized everything, including filings on the Supreme Court, including having everything that's been filed open to the public, so it's not all hidden. And you talk about, anyway, so you should be able to find this somewhere. So this is, you get Nicole Young, Nate Pelletier, PhD, JD, Pro Se. PhD is my PhD in chemistry from University of San Diego in 1992, with a paper that became the second most cited paper in chemistry that year, or something like that. I had a big old article about it written. It was great work. And it was also published in Science, the premier journal of science. And it was great. It was electron transfer, whatever. And it's also in any biochemistry textbook, if you want to look it up. It's electron transfer between blah, 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 blah. Okay. That was my PhD. I've since done a lot of good other research that's been fantastic since then. I was a very good scientist, and I loved it. And then after that, I had some kids, and I had a family, and went to jail a lot of times over it. Because, after that, I sued the pharmaceutical company, and blah. Okay, then I got my, anyway. Oh, that's mentioned in here. Okay, I have citations for that. And then, I'm going to start this over. This is so stupid. No, we're going to keep going. I don't care. And then I went to Taft Law School online. I loved it. And I still have to pass the bar, and I probably never will, because the last thing I told them was to stick it. I don't like bars. I think they're unconstitutional, and they're a main obstacle toward inevitable world peace. Our state bars and the American Bar Association, all of them, they need to go. You know what the bars do? They bar the public from having access to the court system. That's what the bars do. It's funny that that's the name of them, is the bar, because that's exactly what they do. They really are a big hindrance. They need to go. And then I'm pro se, meaning I'm filing this without an attorney, which is a big, huge no-no apparently. I mean, that's what you can't file. Oh, well, suck it, because this is constitutionally protected under the First Amendment. So this lawsuit should be getting way more respect than it did, simply because I don't have an attorney. I shouldn't have to pay, and I'm just filing a complaint. I'm not talking about any complaints. I'm not talking about complaints against, a corporation or Twitter or anything. I'm talking about specific constitutional challenges, complaints against the government, against a government law. These kind of filings, I'm not talking about complaints against anything else, just the government. That's protected under the First Amendment. Okay, there goes the cat. He hates it when I talk, which is good because he's getting heavy. No, bye. Okay, good riddance. Not good riddance. He goes down there. It's warm down there. It's okay. All right, there you go. I don't know why, for some reason, sometimes I come out really clearly and with lights, like, I don't know, you could see me really clearly. Oh, maybe it's when I know why. It's when my computer light is on bright. Is that it? Oh, no. This is music of the night. I'm doing it in the dark. You don't need to see that face. All right. So, anyway. So 23055 Sherman Way, number 4802. That's my P.O. box. And it's West Hills, but it's also Los Angeles. And the cat's coming back. What happened? Oh, God. Okay. Come on, make up your mind. Okay. That's my phone number I've had for 12 years or whatever, since I got out of jail, actually. And that's my email I've had probably for 20 years. All right, cat. You could. Oh, now you're going to start purring? All right, so he's back. It's fine. Okay, everybody. And that's Jupiter because it's the biggest planet. That's the name of my cat. Jupe for short. This was in the United States District Court, United States meaning the federal courts, for the Central District of California. And surprisingly, Los Angeles is in the Central District. I always thought it was the Southern District, but no, the Southern District would entail San Diego. This is the Central District of California. And then there's the Northern District, and I think there's only 3 districts in California: the Northern, Central, and Southern. And this is the division. So within the district, the Central District, there are various divisions, meaning various courthouses. And this is the Western Division, which covers Central LA and that kind of area. Okay. There's the case number. You can look that up. It's a verified complaint for declaratory and emergency injunctive relief. So this is the kind of lawsuit you could file. The injunctive relief, meaning I'm not filing for money. The injunctive relief is something that asks the court to do something. It's not asking for money, and I'm asking the court to strike down these laws as unconstitutional. So it's just a standard pro se constitutional challenge, and I file these all the time. And they should get a lot more. Verified just means I signed it, which it has to be. I think you have to sign these or something. You get Nicole Young, plaintiff, versus Eric Garcetti in his official capacity as mayor of Los Angeles, California. Okay, Mike Fuhrer in his official capacity as Los Angeles city attorney. Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, George Gascon in his official capacity as Los Angeles County District Attorney. Gavin Newsom in his official capacity as Governor of California. And Rob Bonta in his official capacity as Attorney General of California at the time. So there used to be an Attorney General called Becerra, and it used to be Young versus Becerra at the time. I filed a couple of those, but he's gone up to head the entire Health and Human Services. That shows what a big swamp creature he is. I'm mentioning this because Eric Garcetti is gay, Mike Fuhrer is gay, all the Los Angeles County of Supervisors are women, and I don't know which ones are gay or not, and it doesn't matter for now. And it's to be distinguished from Los Angeles City Board of Supervisors versus the county. The city isn't embroiled in this big old controversy right now. The City Board of Supervisors for saying racist things or something, I don't know, whatever. They're just all imploding, I guess, but when looking at that, I have a feeling that they are the good guys. The ones being accused by the media are actually the good guys, and the swamps are making them implode. So I just have the feeling, the Hispanic, because they're women and Hispanic, and they get treated like dirt in the political scene. There's never been an Hispanic female senator ever in the history of our country. Can you believe it? And there's a reason for that, because the gay white Nazis don't like them at all. They're treated like white women, and white women are the biggest enemy of all. Black women are okay according to the gay Nazis, so they'll let them have power, but they must share they're puppets for the gay Nazis when they do that. But black women, yeah, they're okay. But boy, the gay Nazis do not like white women, and they don't like Hispanic women. They're just jealous of them. So anyway, George Gascon is not gay, Gavin Newsom is not gay, and Rob Bonta is gay, and also Becerra is gay. What was his name? I forget his first name. But Becerra, Bonta, Fuhrer, and Garcetti are all gay. All right? The others aren't. I'm just saying this because that's very important, and we're not supposed to say that now. Oh, just mentioning that, you're a homophobe. It's like, no, this is a fact of life, and we're not going to get to inevitable world peace until we, speak the truth about what's really going on. Okay, sorry, got to speak frankly on this, I always say Godspeed to everybody getting out the other end in one piece. I know I'm not. Okay. There's no way I'm getting out of this unscathed. If I'm wrong, it's just bad news. And if I'm right, it's just worse news. Okay? But this is just the method I have chosen to take. And I'll be the bad guy and whatever it is. But I'm not going to be able to get out of this unscathed. And that's fine. That's not why I'm doing it. I'm not doing it for everybody to like me or to get reputation. I'm just trying to advance a cause. And I'm going to be sacrificed in the meantime. My everything. Plaintiff complains as follows. Introduction. Okay, here we go. This is a constitutional challenge to every COVID-19 related emergency under order. This is a constitutional challenge to every COVID-19 related emergency order issued and or enforced by defendants since early 2020. While the primary focus is on the most recent versions of the face mask, social distancing, testing, and vaccine mandates issued and or enforced by each defendant since early 2020, the main argument is that the emergency that defendants have been relying on for these orders is currently not an emergency, nor has ever been established as an emergency at any time in the past. In italics. On a short-term basis. Even on a short-term basis. So they could, even the ones where they said we're going to, 2 weeks to slow the curve or whatever that stupidity was, which I said was never going to be 2 weeks. I was saying at the time that's going to be years. Right when they were doing it, if you go to my Twitter account, it's like, do not do this. Do not give them an inch on this because this is what the goal is. Nazis. It's just like, oh, why don't you come to this concentration camp for just a weekend to the the Jews? Of course not. It's the same thing. Anyway, here we go. That was bad news back then, and I knew it. Okay, the emergency injunctive relief requested here therefore applies to everything ordered under the umbrella of the various COVID-19 emergency declarations in the past and, more important, any orders defendants plan to issue or enforce in the future addressing the purported COVID-19 pandemic or any other false emergency. This lawsuit does not become moot should defendants withdraw their fraudulently issued declarations and orders only to preserve their unconstitutional powers for another day, which is exactly what they did. Like a couple of weeks after I filed this and served it on them, which I wasn't able to serve it officially. I sent emails around and they send back saying, sorry, it can't be by email. We're not officially served. This is a government entity that a constituent sends an email to. They obviously received it because they sent me a letter back saying this is not officially served on us. We received it, but it's not served on us. That is not that is not the purpose of the in-person service. The purpose of once they've acknowledged that they've received it, you've received it. Idiots. They're just using the system to try to make it harder for me to sue them. And it's a government entity. I could see a corporation doing this. But a government entity acting like this? What a bunch of... we're so bad off right now. And the court is supposed to do the service anyway. But, okay, seriously. This is so stupid, all the roadblocks that are placed on people for doing legitimate First Amendment protected rights here. And we can't even get past first base with this bullshit. Okay, so I'm just saying that one of the arguments they'll make is, oh, we've withdrawn the mask stuff and we've withdrawn all this, so this is a moot. There's no argument here, and it's just like baloney, and you know it. Okay, you know it's baloney. It's moot because you could always bring it up anytime you want, and whatever. Go to law school. We have the citations are all there. It's well established. You can't make it moot just because you withdrew it. And in other lawsuits, I actually go into detail on that. This one is more of a summary of all the other lawsuits I've done. But anyway, should this argument fail, a secondary line of argument is that defendants have not met even the lowest requirement, the rational basis test, for constitutionality for any of their orders, even though the highest requirement, the strict scrutiny test, should apply. So these are various tests that are put in place that it's not it's not according to the Constitution, but just according to the Supreme Court themselves. They kind of like for tests of constitutionality, because anytime you say you have a right, there's always another right that balances against it. So it's always a balance of powers and a balance of rights, and some rights are more important than others. And the government has a right to also, they need to be able to make laws without everybody constantly getting in the way and saying it's unconstitutional. So certain rights are more protected than others, and there's a list of them. And the court is incorrect on saying did I say that here? I think it's here I said that in this lawsuit, that the equality clause. Oh, this is a good criticism of the justice system, this lawsuit, because I spent most of the time just criticizing the justice system, which is fine. Anyway, this was written for somebody who's had at least 1 year of law school, because the first year of law school you study constitutional law, and you'll understand the difference between a rational basis test and the strict scrutiny test. All right. So anyway, it's just saying, like, when I say I have a right to smile or something, everybody says, well, I have a right not to for you to spread the germs to me. And you know what? That's not right. It's not correct. That's not a correct statement, but we'll have to argue it. And when you argue in court, nobody has an absolute right to anything, but some rights trump other rights. And the First Amendment right trumps. There doesn't exist a right to not be. There does not exist a right to be protected from natural disasters and bugs. You don't have a right to that. There's no such right. And if everybody's pretending like there is, but okay, if we're going to do that, then go ahead, Supreme Court, make it say so. And say it very clearly, because it's stupid and it's wrong. And I want an on record who said something so stupid. You notice whenever anybody wants to do something that's stupid and not right and illegal, they'll name an entire entity, and it won't be a single person. Like the CDC says. Well, who the hell is the CDC? How do you sue them? How do you hold the CDC accountable? You could say, oh, well, 100 years from now, they'll say, oh, well, the CDC was corrupt. Well, who cares? Everything is corrupt in a corrupt system. I want names of people. I want a scientist to put his ass on the line and say this stuff. Oh, the CDC scientist. Who? Give me a name, so that their stupidity will be known for centuries to come. You can't get a single person on file. You get Fauci, but he defers it to the CDC all the time. Freaking moron too, by the way. No, I don't know why people trust doctors when they don't know anything. All doctors do is do whatever the pharmaceutical swamp tells them to do. You have to believe researchers, people who are actually doing the work. Doctors don't know anything about stuff like this. They don't know anything about anything these days. They're really kind of stupid. But anyway, there is and has always been overwhelming. Oh, okay, here we go. Should this argument fail, the strict. There is and has always been overwhelming scientific evidence these orders do far more harm than good to the public, especially when there are sinister motives by the government, as appears to be the case, more so by the day. Finally, even if the orders can be shown to do more good than harm and pass the rational basis test, defendants are basing their arguments on a right of an individual to not be exposed to nature or to natural disasters, a right that does not exist even under the Ninth Amendment and is entirely unsustainable. We can't have a peaceful self-government with this kind of a right. It doesn't exist. It's not a fundamental right according to the fundamental laws of peaceful self-governing. It is, period. So, we could argue it all you want, and then come back 100 years after another 50 billion unnecessary deaths. Okay? Plaintiff therefore claims that defendant's arguments based on a non-existent right must fail when balanced against the well-established fundamental rights these orders are violating. Everything is balanced against everything else, and here they are. The challenged orders and the corresponding constitutional violations are as follows. The mask mandates violate plaintiff's First Amendment right to communicate a smile, plaintiff's Ninth Amendment right to breathe air freely, and plaintiff's Ninth Amendment right to not be forced by the government to don any particular item on her body. Okay? So the court can't force me to wear. They could pass a law that says that schools can do dress codes and these kind of things, but the government can't do a blanket thing ordering me to put anything on my face. And then you say, well, it's to protect this, whatever. Okay, that just means they can't do that. And then when you have the counter argument, but what about in a pandemic? Well, then you have to, if you want to counter that right, you have to tell me what right we're countering. You have to say, if they do it in a pandemic, what right are they protecting? They're protecting a non-existent right that I have to, risk my own health to protect somebody else? No. Anyway, it's so stupid. The arguments here are so weak legally and so weak in so many ways that it's just amazing how far we've come. Well, we're fascists now. That's all there is to it. The mask mandates violate, and then you say there's no right to communicate a smile. Or another one I hear is, oh, but it's such a minor inconvenience. And it's like, it doesn't matter. Who cares? That's your opinion, by the way. I don't think it's a minor inconvenience for me not to be able to smile for 3 years. It's not a minor inconvenience for me not to be able to smile for an hour. That's not up to you to decide. It's up to me to decide what is and isn't important to me. And it happens to be very important for me to be able to communicate a smile or a frown or any other communication because it's free speech. Mother effers. I can't believe the arguments on the other side of this. Well, I mean, I can believe it because you're trying to be logical. You're trying to defend. You also believe that wearing the mask helps people when it doesn't. Okay, it actually spreads diseases, but even if it didn't, I'm saying even if it does what they say it does, this isn't a right. You can't make people do this. Okay. Mask mandates violates so these are all Ninth Amendment rights that need to be recognized, and they will. And I have a right to bring it under the Ninth Amendment. Because that's the purpose of the Ninth Amendment for all these rights. They need to be recognized. Now, I'm not saying they're as important as other rights, but the free speech, First Amendment right, yeah. Okay, so the social distancing mandates violate plaintiffs' First Amendment right to assemble freely. Okay, these are all established rights. I don't know what rights it's countering. You don't have a right for me to not assemble for any reason, except there's always exceptions and there's always balances going. But you have to start with the argument and balance it against whatever the argument is. You can't just pull stuff out of your ass the way all these executives and legislators are doing. It's not even the legislatures. It's the executive branch doing this on their own. Anyway, we'll get into that a little bit later. Vaccine mandates violate plaintiffs' right to equal treatment under Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1 of the U.S. Constitution, which restricts state and local governments from passing bills of attainder, punishing a targeted person or group of people for arbitrary, usually political reasons. Vaccine mandates also violate plaintiffs' Ninth Amendment right to informed consent for any medical procedures, which includes both a vaccine shot and any COVID test, requiring that a sample be taken from plaintiff's body when they're sticking those things up your nose. That is definitely a violation of rights if I did not have informed consent about what the hell's going on and how safe it is, why, and what are the side effects of it. What are you sticking up my nose? What's happening to my data? Everything. They don't give you any of that shit. They just cram it up your nose because they're forced to do it, and they don't tell you anything. And also, they don't get consent. They pretend like they do, but not when they say, "Oh, you can't come in, you can't come to work unless you do this, or you can't do any." I mean, that's the equivalent of non-consent. You can't say, "Well, they consented to it." Yeah, with a gun to their head. God damn, these arguments are driving me crazy. How Nazi everything has become. Like, I can't believe that the arguments I have to make with some of these people. Younger people I forgive, because I was that way when I was younger. But older people who should know better, educated, and when I say educated, I mean educated through time too. If you're older, you've been living long enough to know better, seriously, than a lot of this shit. Okay, like seriously. But anyway, 6 in 2020. Plaintiff filed 49 anti-mask mandate complaints in United States district courts covering 47 states and the District of Columbia, attachment 1. All right, well, let's go look at them really fast because these are wonderful lawsuits. And I would read these because they're really good and they really attack the mask mandates, mostly the mask mandates, but they attack summary of Okay, so these are all... So I basically drove across the country. So I was driving the 11 western states as a truck driver. And then after that ended, I actually got in my car and drove across the country and went into a Walmart in every state, in every jurisdiction to make sure I could file this. Because the stupidity of it is, you need what's called the direct injury from it. And I did. I went in and they forced me and I didn't put on a mask and they forced me to put on a mask. And they said you can't shop here unless you do, so that's my injury in all these states. So I would file pretty much the same lawsuit, and I sued the attorney general of every state because they're the ones enforcing this. And it's just the method that I use. There are various methods, but I shouldn't have to jump through hoops. I'm complaining about the law, and I could do it in every state, and you don't have to be a resident in the state to do it. That's one of the arguments they were saying was, oh, you're just passing through, so we don't have to, we could violate your rights anytime. And we only violated it once. That was my favorite. Oh, it was only one time, so it's okay. So I'll get a ticket in your state, and since it's only one time, I don't have to pay it. It's the same freaking mentality. It says, well, I only sped one time, and I'm just passing through the state, so I don't have to pay your ticket. Okay, is that okay? Is that okay, state? Is that okay, government people? Assholes. Anyway, or I'm sorry, I don't know why I said that. It's just not all these people. It's just the mentality. I don't know. Okay, I need to calm down because this is not achieving its goal, calling everybody stupid. Okay, I'm trying to bring people into the fold here, and I guess I'm going through some PTSD right now because I haven't looked at this in a long time. But it is a lot of work to be, shot down by a couple of zit-faced law school interns because that's who they put in charge of these things. Okay, that's enough. Okay, just calm down. All right, take a deep breath. So, all these lawsuits were filed, except Hawaii was the only one I didn't visit personally. But I said I still had a right to do it for other reasons. That was a long shot. But I just filed it in Hawaii anyway. And my arguments are correct. I'm saying it's a long shot nowadays, but when the system is working correctly, it's not a long shot anymore. Because I wanted to go to Hawaii, and I couldn't go there because I felt like I'd be trapped there. They wouldn't let me out because of their mandates. It's like a Nazi. So I said, for Hawaii, the excuse was, I would like to travel there, and I can't do it because they're under Nazi rule and they have the mask mandate. And once I'm there, I don't know how to escape it. So it's not like I could just easily drive in and drive out. And that's the problem. That was the injury in that case. They said, oh, that's not a big enough injury. It's like, suck it. It's not according to the Constitution. All right, enough. And then I wanted to make sure that at least one appeal was filed in each of the circuit. There's 13 circuit courts of appeal in the federal government, and one of them is just the bankruptcy court, and another one. So it's really just 11. It's really 10 circuit courts and the District of Columbia appeals court. So it's really 11. I love that number anyway. That were the courts that I filed. So I filed an appeal, and first I filed 2 of them, and those are the appeal numbers. See the 21-10. So I have the numbers and how they were dismissed. It's just a summary of everything. To be determined. I haven't looked. I just gave up on this after a while, and I didn't keep up with it. One of the reasons was a lot of them required paper, and I live in my car, and I don't, and it just got ridiculous. There's a picture of me with the stacks of paper because they don't allow you to file things online if you're a pro se person. I mean, it's just the most ridiculous thing. The one person they should allow to file online. Like, I can afford printing out and all this shipping and all this stuff. Like, I could afford that. You know, it's just, they force pro se litigants. They let lawyers and everybody like that file online easily and cheaply. They won't let pro se people do it. You have to go through all this rigmarole. So they make it really hard to do all this. And then when you file the appeal, it's the same thing. And I complained about that. But here they are. I eventually got them filed, and then they all made the same arguments. My crack up was the appeal on most of these was I don't have to pay. I don't have to pay that filing fee. And they said, oh, we can't see this appeal because you have to pay a filing fee. And the appeal was for the filing fee. It's like, it's just circular and stupid. Most of these were, it was just dumb, and I wasn't getting anywhere. I just wanted to make sure everybody got notice of all this, of the lawsuit. Everybody got notice of it, even if it didn't make it. And in some places, they actually reported it. A judge denied this crazy woman from Oregon, denied it. It wasn't a judge who denied it, idiots. It was a zit-faced law school intern. A judge never saw any of this stuff. You know, they pretend like a judge actually looked at this and decided these things. They don't. Anyway, if they were a judge, it was what's called the magistrate judge, which is not a real judge, and it's against the Constitution. You can't have magistrate judges. What the hell, people? So one of the complaints against it was the magistrate. It's fine. It's all very good. Anyway, in 2020, plaintiff filed 49 anti-mask mandate complaints in the United States District Courts covering 47 states and the District of Columbia, Attachment 1. Nothing has changed in plaintiff's arguments since then. The only difference is all the mortality data plaintiff was demanding be made publicly available by defendants in order to put an end to the fraud has finally been made publicly available. They made it publicly available in like October of last year, 2021. Okay, finally. So that the fraud can now be ended, albeit almost 2 years later than it should have been. Okay, and it should have been ended. So the result of finally getting the mortality data was me spending all of last year, Thanksgiving, going through it and figuring out what happened. And it's called, quote unquote, it was a paper that I wrote and submitted for publication called COVID-19's True Death Toll, Millions Less Than Official Counts. It's submitted for publication and available here as attachment 2. So there's one thing I wanted to say was, it's a play on a paper that was published in Nature called COVID-19's True Death Toll, Millions More Than Official Counts was the title of that paper. And that was just last year. These freaking lying fake news piece of garbage people, and all the scientists could all go suck eggs. And Nature, all of them, for I don't know what. Now they're all going to come out later and say, oh, we said this, we said that. No, you didn't. Scientists, you know, I mean, I'm going to get angry, but most of them know. They just didn't want to say, and this is how Holocaust happened. Okay, they just were afraid for their jobs and afraid for everything. So that's what happens. They just let this stuff happen. Because I would too, probably, if I had a house and a home and a mortgage and kids that relied on me. Okay, so me, I apparently threw my kids under the bus. Not apparently, I did. A long time ago for this stuff, because once you get started in that direction, it's hard to go. Once I sued the pharmaceutical company, and that was it. And Fauci told me I would never get a job in science again if I didn't drop it. Anthony Fauci, you'll see here, told me, what an asshole. In 1997, and now he's like heading this whole thing. Really? And the vice president is somebody who had me arrested 5 times. Sometimes I feel like Forrest Gump. You know, he's just wandering around through life. And remember Forrest Gump? He happened to be at all these iconic. I have all these attachments to these iconic assholes. The only difference in all this mortality, okay, albeit 2 years later. So that's attachment 2. And the other thing I wanted to say was, It's an incorrect term of grammar. It should be millions fewer, but it's very complicated why I used less, and then I just gave up on the argument because one day I was arguing that on Twitter, and then the next day, the Wordle, the Wordle at New York Times, when they were teasing me. There was a time when they were teasing me and talking to me. It felt like they were sending messages, and then that person was fired, and now it's back because yesterday's Wordle was apply. Because I keep talking about changing and going to, and I think they want me to apply for a job at the New York Times. That's the way I take it, Wordle people. You got it? And I said, hey, that's not a bad idea because they just recently were on strike, and I think that's their way of firing all these journalists and things. Anyway, I think they're cleaning house at the New York Times. I know the Wordle people are hilarious and great, and I love them, and I think those are my people. So I will apply, Wordle. I'm going to apply to New York Times, or apply to at least be a correspondent, or at least I could just apply for them to publish some of this stuff, okay? By the way, if anybody's listening, and there seems to be a lot more people, I'm getting now hundreds of views, or at least over 100 instead of 1 and 2. So apparently I would get 1 and 2 views, which was me viewing it and recording it on all this stuff, and all of a sudden it's up in the 10s and 40s and 100 and stuff. So either they were suppressing the views to me, and now those are the real views. But it seems like it's getting more attention. So Wordle people, I will apply over to the New York Times. And correspond. Yeah, what was I going to say? Anyway, so after that, I changed it. So this was in public. This is exactly as the law. Of course, I don't alter it because it's filed this way. I'm not going to alter the lawsuit, but I'm saying in the lawsuit, that was the title of the paper I sent off for publication, actually. It says millions less, when the real word is millions fewer, which I have since changed in the recent. I submitted it once, it was rejected. I think I submitted it to Nature. It was rejected immediately. And then I submitted it to Biomedical Journal in England. I'm doing all this overseas because it's more of an international thing, actually. But maybe I'll do it here in the United States as well. But I just wanted there, and they have an option that says if we reject it, we'll suggest other journals, and apparently that's what is going on right now. I didn't know, whatever. So, and they want me to change this and change that, and I might, but I'm saying out there, anybody who wants to publish any of this stuff, just contact me, because and I'm not talking about you say you want to publish it and then you make me change this and change that, and it's only black and white and we can't do this. I'm saying publish it. And if you want to help me edit it, meaning you'll put it in Microsoft Word format or whatever it is, fine. And I will talk to you. But if you want to at least send it out for review, so I have a review on any of this stuff. So I'm talking about law journals out there. Any of you want to do the last thing, the Great Dred Scott fraud, that whole thing, just call me or email me. It's yours. You could have it. I don't care what journal you are. The University of the University of the District of Columbia is a small, local, public. It's like a city college in D.C. almost, and they have a law school there, and it's not the best well known. It doesn't really matter. I didn't care. I said yes, whoever you are, take it. It's going to be one of the most famous things you've ever. It's not one. It's going to be the most famous thing you've ever published in the future. You might even make money off it. Who knows? Probably lots of money. Or I'm not going to give rights, or I don't know how the rights goes, but just take it. And the New York Times, whatever, suck it. It's been a tobacco rag, so I'm not expecting them to publish this stuff now. But if you're turning around and I have a person over there, take it. New York Times, yeah. I'm almost tempted to reject it being published there since it's such BS. Nobody's reading that rag anymore anyway. But I'd rather almost not. But anyway, it's the name of the game is I don't want to have to work at, converting this into Word format and doing this and putting it in whatever format they like for their submission. All this bullshit. It's here. You put it in format you want, or send it out for a review. But anyway, just contact me and it's yours, because I want it published, but I don't want to work at all the format, all the form over function baloney. Okay, it's fine. But so the change I've made since then to this paper is I've changed the title from millions less to millions fewer than official counts. but I didn't change anything else. I didn't even change the format from Nature to anything else. It's in Nature's format for a written correspondence. It's in the format that Nature likes, and I didn't even change it. I don't want to change the format. You change the format. That's so important to you, other than PDF and just writing. 7. The now publicly available mortality data show everything plaintiff was claiming in her original lawsuits is true or likely true, namely that COVID-19 is less deadly than the flu. There has yet in the history of the world, including since 2020 with COVID-19, been a bacteria or virus that has been shown by anybody other than buffoons who pretend to be scientists and the buffoons in the media who repeat them to spread through the air simply from somebody breathing it in or out without coughing or sneezing. So you pretty much have to cough or sneeze right onto somebody to spread it in the air. Mask mandates create unnecessary health risks to the public by causing greater spread of all kinds of viruses and bacteria, not just COVID-19, through contact with filthy virus-contaminated masks that people have coughed, sneezed, and leaked mucus into all day when they should be coughing and sneezing into their arms, into the crook of their arms. What is that called? The crook on the other side of the elbow. It's right here, anyway, of their arms, and blowing their noses into tissues is what they should be doing. They shouldn't be putting it on a mask right here that they're constantly touching, while at the same time reducing much needed oxygen to the mask wearer. I mean, there's lots of studies on that one too. I'm old. I need all the oxygen I can get. I don't need to be wearing these freaking masks all day, especially the N95. I mean, that has been studied like crazy, and doctors are like almost complaining that they can't do long surgeries because they start to get dizzy if they're there for 8 hours. And there are people now, 24 hours a day with their N95 masks, but maybe that's natural selection. I hate saying that. That sounds so bad. Like, if you're going to be doing that, it's going to make your, you're just going to maybe not survive the next the next generation or something. For any virus outbreak, antibody tests are the safest, most informative, most accurate tests to be given to the public with the least invasion of privacy rights. I've been pushing antibody tests a long time ago, and they won't do it. Government scientists who should have known better even before 2020, and lawmakers who should have known better after receiving official notice of plaintiffs' lawsuits, which means just about every lawmaker in the country by the end of 2020. When you sue, I'm just saying you've been given notice. When it's a filed lawsuit, and that's it. If you're a government entity, and the other thing is, there's actually a law out there that says if the federal government receives a constitutional challenge, they must. There's a congressional law. They must inform the Attorney General of the United States about it. And if it's in a state, the state people must inform the attorney. In other words, this is a lawsuit that's challenging a law, and the court is the one who should inform every state attorney general, the United States Attorney General. They should. I'm arguing they should be the ones not only informing them, they should be serving the lawsuits on the proper people here, without me having to figure it out and serve and all this. That's up to the court. That's the court's job. This is our taxpayer money should go to that. They should determine which defendant to serve it on and serve it, and give them notice. So it shouldn't be up to me. So every lawyer in the country has been given notice, as far as I'm concerned, just from filing in all 50 states or whatever it is. I mean, I didn't file in Alaska, but I'm saying a majority have been given notice. Okay. So those are government scientists who should have known better even before 2020, and lawmakers who should have known better after receiving full official notice of plaintiffs' lawsuits, which means just about every lawmaker in the country by the end of 2020, are purposely skewing data to the public for sinister purposes, and all should be held civilly and criminally liable for any continued COVID-19 related emergency orders perpetuated after 2020, if not sooner. This includes the estimated millions of potentially tens of millions of unnecessary starvation deaths caused worldwide. And then I quoted 6-fold increase in people suffering from famine-like conditions since pandemic began in this article, Oxfam, July 2021. And I gave a link to it. As a result of defendants' ongoing promotion and perpetuation of a worldwide fraud and what plaintiff has termed the fake pandemic holocaust on online social media sites since September 20th. And I cited Twitter, and Twitter has since been taken down, so good luck finding that. My Twitter has. And Elon, unless you go there and it's up, I should test it. Let's just test it right now. Can I make a copy of this? Oops, sorry. Hold on. Control C. Control B. Turn on. Oh, it thinks you get Nicole Young. It thinks I'm an Insight user. Not now. Did it send me to this? This tweet is see, this is the tweet. Okay, so the citation goes to this tweet is from a suspended account. So my tweets have been taken down. Elon, you need to reverse that and do it right away. I'm tired of you not. I'm going to ask one more time. I asked like 2 weeks ago and they said no. All right. The only thing that has changed by defendants since plaintiffs' prior lawsuits is that the failure of the United States court system to do its primary job of protecting plaintiffs' rights, emboldened by the fraudsters to take... Okay. The only thing that has changed by defendants since plaintiffs' prior lawsuits is that the failure of the United States court system to do its primary job of protecting plaintiffs' rights emboldened the fraudsters to take greater unconstitutional actions, causing even greater public harm for even bigger political and monetary profits. With the vaccine mandates. So the only thing that has changed since my anti-mask mandate lawsuits are vaccine mandates came out. Therefore, the claim by plaintiff that defendants should be held personally liable for knowingly perpetuating a dangerous fraud now extends to the entire generation of young California schoolgirls, especially those of Latino or Asian ethnicity, who are currently being targeted by California's most politically powerful woman-hating closeted gay men, like Eric Garcetti, Mark Fuhrer, Rob Bondi, and Javier Becerra, along with powerful closeted gay men in the pharmaceutical industry like Bill Gates of Microsoft fame, Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer, and Stephen Hoge, president of Moderna. Young California public school girls are being targeted by these men for gender transitioning drug trials under the guise of mandated COVID-19 school vaccines that will likely render the girls infertile for life. So they're not doing it on purpose, but they know it's a side effect of the gender transitioning drugs. They know that's one side effect, and they're testing it for other side effects. But they know it's going to make the girls infertile, and yet they're going to try to make it a school mandate. That's what they're after, people. That's what I'm trying to prevent, and I think that's been since done. I think a lot of stuff. I think this prevented a lot of crap from happening. So. I believe these things have an effect, and that's why I'm doing it. And who cares if it doesn't? What harm in letting me believe it does? I don't understand what, so let me believe it's having an effect. I mean, is that harming anybody? To let me believe this? I think it is. I mean, I think it's really making a difference. I think this one did, when 2 weeks after this, all the mask mandates were lifted. Like, overnight. It was amazing. Let us all hope the court has grown in the right direction in the nearly 2 years since plaintiff's original lawsuits. I'm plaintiff, by the way, and you have to talk like that in third person. Years since plaintiff's original lawsuits, and does not dismiss this lawsuit because it is acceptable for the government to squash speech as long as the government treats everybody the same. That was one of the responses I got for the anti-mask lawsuit. Like, they admitted that it squashes speech, but it's okay as long as it doesn't violate the equality clause. They're so stupid. It's a complete misinterpretation of what you learn in law school. Like, I get what they're getting at, and I get where they think that this is a good argument for this, but it's just so bad. I don't know. Whatever. Just that was that, and I'm too tired to go through all that stuff because I have it all in paper, and I can't, like, the responses come back in paper. And I have it all, and I'm sleeping on top of it right now. This is what I have, is a mound of paper that I received for this. And I just don't have the gumption. If it's online, I could show you can go find it. But a lot of these responses came only in paper for that reason, because it makes it very difficult to see how stupid this is. It makes it really difficult to go view the stupidity of all of it. Anyway, let's hope the court has grown since then. But, here's another one. It is acceptable for the government to violate your rights as long as you are just passing through the state. That was a common response I got from the states that I just passed through. They said that, well, you can't file here because you're just passing through. It's like, what? That's, it's called Article 4 of the Constitution. Mother effers. That's another thing in constitutional law classes. This is a law school class. This is our highly refined, this is the elite of the elite of the scholars in constitutional law. And they're saying, oh, we don't know what Article 4 is about, so never mind. Article 4 is about just this very thing. It's about saying I could travel to any state and be treated as if I'm a citizen there, as far as my rights are concerned. You can't violate my right even once in my own state or in any other state. So even once is good enough standing. Period. When it comes to pro se constitutional challenges, yes. Okay, here's another one. Plaintiffs does not cite any important sources of law other than the U.S. Constitution, motherfuckers, as a basis for her arguments. Like, what? That's not under it's not under the First Amendment that I have to cite other shit. It just says I could petition the government for a redress of grievances. It doesn't say I have to be a lawyer. It doesn't say I have to know who to serve for the lawsuit. It just says I filed a complaint with the court. That's all the First Amendment says. It doesn't say any of this other garbage that they've added on. All these roadblocks. I'm getting sleepy. I better get through this. I have to pay filing fees. Or, here's my favorite, the U.S. Supreme Court ruling that says you do not have to pay filing fees if you swear under oath that you cannot afford them and also pay your bills. Okay, that's all you have to do. You don't have to file 13 pages of your financial summary the way they're trying to make me do it. I said, I'm not filing that. That's none of your freaking business. And that's not what the court says. And it should just make it easier on everybody. And say if it's a pro se filer, meaning somebody without a lawyer, then automatically the assumption is they can't afford the $400 filing fee. That same filing fee that they make Microsoft pay. So Microsoft can use the court system all they want, which is government paid, and all they have to do is pay $400. And then I try to use the court system, which should be all tax. It should all be free according to the taxpayer money that I put into this. And they won't. And they're charging me the same thing as Microsoft, and then they won't allow it to go forward unless I pay that money. It's really ridiculous. Okay, and a Supreme Court ruling said that, and the lower courts have overturned it. And if you were a law student, you'd understand the bristles, the hair on the back of your neck is standing up. The lower courts are not allowed to overturn the Supreme Court. All right, and they do it here in this instance when it comes to paying the freaking fees. They're on their own, like they just go rogue. Okay, that's another one. That's all these arguments, all these very bad arguments are buried in the responses to all of my lawsuits. That's all on file somewhere. I better be on file, but I have it in paper on most of it. But the court system itself must file it, I guess, somewhere. So go find it. That's something I'm not going to do. I just did this because I generated some data that somebody else might find interesting or should find interesting. I might later, but that's enough of this. I went out, I chased down the dragon, slayed the dragon, dragged it back to the cave, cooked it up, and now here we are with the people looking at it going, oh, can you chew it for me and spit it down my throat like a mama bird? And I'm not, it's just, no, I don't have time to do that to all these things. So come and get it. If you want it, come and get it. And by the way, just because you live in a car and receive food stamps does not, this is what they say. Just because you live in a car and receive food stamps does not mean you cannot afford to pay $25,000 in filing fees. I think I calculated all the filing fees I would have to pay if they wanted me to pay the way they did. And that's the whole purpose. I wouldn't be able to file any of this just from affordability, and that should never be the case. You should never not be able to file something because of costs. Okay, I cannot afford to pay $25,000 filing fees and another $25,000 in service of process fees, which is another scam where you have to pay somebody to serve. Oh, I'm starting to fall asleep. No. No, I am finishing this. It's 4:50 a.m. I am getting through this. This is it. Look at me. I'm falling asleep. I don't care. This is it. We're finishing this. And I'm not adding. When I put two videos together, it takes forever. It takes forever to do everything. Okay, I'm just going to read this. Okay. Any horrendous. Okay, or any other horrendous reasons for dismissal given to plaintiff in the past, most likely issued by law school interns to unconstitutional magistrate judges that nobody ever checks, and that have been put in charge of what is supposed to be the most important lawsuits protected under the U.S. Constitution, which are pro se constitutional challenges, which is what I file. Okay, those are most protected of all, and they're the least in practice. Magistrate judges, I have a whole thing why they're not allowed. That's all Congress controlling the court system. So there's a lot of all the other lawsuits. The lawsuits I filed before this. Actually, go check the actual lawsuit. This isn't that lawsuit. That summary I showed you of the pages, all those numbers and lawsuit numbers and things, check any of those lawsuits. They're all the same lawsuit, but they have in detail why all the science behind the mask mandates, why they're wrong, the constitutional arguments, everything. Jurisdiction and venue, and also why it's not an emergency and why it should be established an emergency before they do any of this stuff. And even if they did, there's all the violations. Anyway, jurisdiction and venue. The court has federal subject matter jurisdiction over this action because it is a constitutional challenge to state and local laws that violate several provisions of the United States Constitution, an action which is allowed under plaintiff's First Amendment right to petition the government, i.e. to file a lawsuit for a redress from unconstitutional laws, including state and local laws, as established under Ex parte Young. I cite that just because I like the name, but it's also, they established that. It's established in many different ways that I could do this. There's also, the most common one is the civil, that one doesn't quite fit this though. This is different, and that's why it throws everybody for a loop. But still, it doesn't matter. I shouldn't have to do any of this at this point, because as a pro se citizen, pro se meaning a litigant without an attorney, I'm just a citizen filing a complaint. I am complaining about a law that I believe is violating my rights. That is all I have to say. And I'll show you in a minute why that argument is. And the court has to take care of the rest. Okay, you hire your own attorneys, you hire whatever it is, and you serve it, And I want to hear from the other side before you decide. Right now, they're acting as lawyers for the other side. They're acting as lawyers for the government, which they have become. So the court, which is supposed to be, we're impartial, they're always claiming, and it's so full of baloney. They are so partial to the other side. They're not impartial at all. They favor the government, of course, because they are government. Come on, cat, get unhooked. His claw is hooked onto my. Wait. Hold on. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, he got hooked onto my sock. I'm sorry, baby. Okay, you okay? Okay. So anyway, that's all I have to file. I shouldn't have to do any of this stuff. Okay, but I did here, and it's valid. It's a valid argument, and it shouldn't be throwing everybody for a loop. The Central District of California Western Division is the proper venue for this action because plaintiff works and resides in Los Angeles, California, and the violation of plaintiff's rights described above has taken place daily since plaintiff moved to Los Angeles from a brief residence in Gulf Shores, Alabama a year ago. And I moved here on March 9th, 2001, and this was filed on March 9th, 2022, which cracks me up. It was the year to the day. I didn't do that on purpose. I was trying to file it on March 8th, which is what I call the anniversary. An anniversary with my boo, but we're not going to get into that here. I didn't want to file it on that day. It turns out I could have, but then I thought otherwise, and then it turned out to be the day after. Okay. Standing is a made-up notion that is currently being abused by the federal court system to get out of having to do its most important and also its most difficult job, which is protecting the least powerful of all, a lone pro se litigant filing a constitutional challenge from the most powerful of all, the government that issued the law in question. So this is a huge imbalance of power, and the whole reason the court is there. The court is there and they say, we're impartial. And I used to write on Twitter to them and say, stick it. You're not, first of all, you are partial. You're partial to the government when you should be, according to the Constitution, partial to me, a lone pro se litigant. Okay, you're not supposed to be impartial. You're supposed to be partial to me and stand up for me, at least not on the arguments, but on all the stuff that, all these procedural things, and you're putting up all these roadblocks. You should be going to the other side, telling them of the complaint, getting a response from them, and then we sit down and discuss it. Okay? You're not supposed to be dismissing all this stuff the way I've been dismissed. I can't believe the dismissals I've gotten after all the work I did. And it's so stupid. I have to pay this, and then if they not, I don't have standing because it's just one wearing the mask once. And I don't even know. They dismissed this one too, by the way. And I think it was the payment, or after a while, and it was in writing. They send it to you by mail, and I have to go to my P.O. box. And then if you want to put it online, you have to file a special request to the judge and do it in writing and then sign it. And it's just too much. I couldn't take it anymore because it costs so much for me to go to FedEx to print things out. And I have a printer in my car, but I have to take my entire car apart. It's my bed and everything is set up. I have to take it all apart completely, go find a place where I could print it out, where I could plug in an entire printer to print it out. Where do I do that, by the way? I have pictures in my lawsuit of me sitting on a bench in Gulf Shores, Alabama, out in the ocean. It's an ocean bench where I found a plug, and I have everything there, and the wind is blowing it, and people are going, but I had, and then another place was a laundromat that I found, and I have pictures of all this. This is what the court system is making me do. It's ridiculous. Okay, get online and get your heads out of your asses. I'm really tired of this freaking court system. Anyway, okay. The First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution wisely dictates that pro se constitutional challenges are the most important lawsuits filed in any court. The court should therefore be handling pro se constitutional challenges the same way any department store handles a complaint from a customer. That is, with utmost deference to the customer. Telling the customer their complaint is unacceptable because the customer did not pay a complaint fee is just as ridiculous in the court setting as it is in the retail setting. Likewise, dismissing the complaint as invalid before even contacting the manager of the department where the complaint originated to see what the manager has to say is just as ridiculous in the court setting as it is in the retail setting. In other words, I file a complaint with the court is like filing a complaint with, a Target. And then Target just says, oh, sorry. They don't even contact the manager. They don't even, it's like the court not even contacting the attorney general or the mayor or whoever is in charge of, executing, whoever's in charge of the laws, overseeing the laws. Okay, you could show it to the legislature as well, but it's more customary, and it makes sense to do it to the executive branch because the executive branch is interested in the laws they're enforcing. And if the law is unconstitutional, they want to know. And also, they're the ones who defend the law, not the legislature. Usually, typically, if it's a constitutional challenge, it's the executive branch that defends it. Okay, or that's why the attorney general has to be contacted, or the attorney general of a state, or the attorney general of the United States defends all these things for constitutionality, and they're the ones who argue in front of the Supreme Court and stuff. So they're the ones that should be contacted. That's the manager of the store. Okay, that's the manager of the department where this happened. It could be a mayor. Anyway, that's like a store receiving a complaint from a customer, and then the store doesn't even talk to the manager, doesn't even send the complaint there, or or say we've spoken to the manager and this is what they said, or have a dialogue between the two. That's what you're supposed to do, court system. You're not supposed to step in and this is okay. So that's why I'm using this analogy, because since working at Target, I looked at how this works, and it doesn't. And the customer is everything. The customer is everything. We have to drop everything we're doing whenever a customer asks for help, and we have to do it nicely. And also whenever the lines are long, customer service is everything. Okay, at least at Target, we're trained, and you got to really pay attention to the customer and treat them well. Okay, telling the customer the complaint is unacceptable because they didn't pay a complaint fee. Like you have to pay a fee. I'm not gonna, it's like paying a fee to the court. What? A complaint fee? Really? You mother assholes. The complaint fee is paid by your taxes, by my taxes. God, like seriously. Likewise, dismissing the complaint as invalid before even contacting the manager of the department, that's what I'm talking about now. Telling the customer that the complaint is not my problem until the customer pays somebody to deliver the complaint to the proper manager in charge, which apparently the customer is supposed to know inherently, is just as ridiculous in the court setting as it is in the retail setting. So I'm just saying, in the retail setting, that's the way the complaints to the courts need to be handled. Okay, that's the way they should be handled, not the way it's handled now, which is ridiculous. And then you say, well, that's a customer thing. That's not the government. You're not the customer. Yeah, I am the customer, dipshits. Who the hell do you think pays them? Who pays their salary? Who pays the government to function if it's not a citizen? So I am the customer, okay? They are the business. Get off your asses and do your work. All right? But you can't, they're not able to do their work because all the money that I send from the 16th Amendment is going off to support all the corruption and all these other gay Nazi assholes and all their swamps. That's why that's why you can't get money into where it belongs. This is where the money should be going, okay? But it isn't, because you don't want these complaints. You don't want any rights. We haven't had these rights in forever. So we just think we have a system of governance. We don't. It's a shadow. It's just a joke. Okay, the system is there to serve the swamp needs. Every time there's the judge will say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't handle this little pro se nobody. I used to do this in the court. Like I would go in front of the family court, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have much time for you because I have this pharmaceutical case I'm doing right now against this." And the judge would actually mention these big corporations, and like it's a big deal with him. Like, you fucking asshole. This is what you're supposed to be doing. I'm not supposed to be impressed because big corporations are fighting each other. They could fight each other without you. They have money. Leave them alone. But that's what's taken up all the court system. Like, what is it? 99% of the court system is just one corporation against another, or a state against another state. Did you notice that all of these lawsuits with the masks and everything is not a citizen? It's all this state, and this state is suing that state, and this government entity is suing that. All this big shit going on. Who cares? My lawsuits were the ones that should have made it to the Supreme Court by now, a long time ago, 2 years ago. Okay, and it should have been argued there, but they don't want that because my lawsuit covers the absolute fundamental real issue at heart, which is my rights being violated by these laws. But no, it's like it's all this bullshit. And also, the administrative state has perpetuated so many laws and so many regulations that's swamping the court system as well. And you've created an entire other court system called the administrative law stuff. And that's a whole shadow government of itself. That needs to go as well. And once the 16th Amendment comes down, all that stuff's going to fall. You'll see all this stuff because that's what we're funding is all this baloney and all this shadow government. And once that goes, our real court system comes in play. We get rid of the magistrate judges, which are really, they work for Congress. And you have the system the way it was set up and the way it was intended by the framers. For now, it's so bad. It's so weak and such a mess. Anyway, we need to run it like a store. Finally, telling the customer to go away with their complaint, once again, before even contacting any managers. Finally, telling the customer to go away with their complaint, once again, before even contacting any managers for a response or an explanation, and come back when the damage done to the customer is more than just a minor inconvenience for the greater good of the store or of other customers, is just as ridiculous in the court setting as it is in the retail setting. So I got some of those responses too. Just go look at the responses. The future, everything I'm doing is going to be really significant later in the future when we study how Holocausts happen. It's just like, this is it right here, people. It's the court system being taken out after decades and decades of working at taking it out. The court system is non-existent, people, as far as what their job is, which is to protect my rights. So that's why you have holocausts, and that's why I call this the fake pandemic holocaust, because it's just your rights are out the window. They've been out the window for a long time. Don't think that it was just this pandemic. It's been since probably since the Great Dred Scott Fraud of 1857, which was covered in the last tutorials. But anyway, and that's what they say. They say I was wearing a mask. It was a minor inconvenience for the greater good of the store, of everybody, of the government. It's like, no, you're going to wear that because it's the greater good of other customers in the store. It's like that's what they're saying for the complaint. They don't even, like, I'm complaining about something and they're saying, oh no, it's the good of the store. It's going to help the store. It's like, that's not my job, people. Not my job to help you, the government, by something that's happened to me personally. That's not, when I go into a store, I'm not supposed to be in there with some socialist idea that everything I do is to help other customers and to help the store. That's not why I'm there. Okay, that I'm a customer and I have, so these rights need to be protected. That's the argument. And I'm saying it's just as ridiculous when the government tells me this. Okay, without even an explanation, without contacting the manager, tell me about it. 14. If the court were run as the framers of the Constitution intended, a person of questionable citizenship. So here's another analogy. I know the Supreme Court likes analogies, and so does the whole the whole legal profession loves analogies. So my analogies are this: if the court were, oh great, this guy. So I'm sitting here witnessing this guy masturbating right in front of me. He doesn't know I'm here. See my. Well, there he goes. This is a the gym has a lot of this kind of stuff going on, by the way. It's a gym, so of course it's probably a gay guy, but poor guy. He doesn't know I'm here. My windows are rolled up and my windows have a mirror on them, so nobody can see I'm in my car. Very interesting. Almost there, dude. If the court were run, I'm not going to put him on camera, sorry. If the court, that would be a definite violation of YouTube, right? Oh, there he goes. Oh no, he's just looking at his phone. If the court were, I thought I saw something squirting, but it was a reflection of his phone. If the court were run, I think he sees me. If the court were run as the framers of the Constitution intended, a person of questionable citizenship who does not even speak English could handwrite on a back of a paper napkin in Spanish and mail to the court the following. Dear Court, in Spanish, in handwriting, on a napkin. Dear Court, when I go shopping for food in a store and they tell me I have to put on a mask and stay away from everybody else, or when I go to the local 24-hour fitness gym, to take a shower because I am homeless, and they tell me I cannot enter. I cannot enter unless I prove that I got... Oh, I think he's coming over here. Get away. Don't squirt on me. Okay. Poor guy. He thinks he's being private over there. I should... Okay. They tell me I cannot enter unless I prove that I got a shot in the arm that I do not trust as safe, or because I did not allow people I do not trust to stick a Q-tip up my nose so far it makes my eyes water. It feels like my fundamental rights are being violated. See, he doesn't even have to specify what rights. It's just, he says, all he has to do is say, it feels like there's something wrong here. It feels like there are some rights being violated. Please stop these people from doing these things. Thank you. Sincerely, a person who prefers to remain anonymous out of fear of retaliation from these people I do not trust. But I will give you my name and address as required, because that's the verified complaint. As required. Because that is how important this issue is to me and to the future of my children. And I trust you will help me. This is how the court system should work. The people should trust that this person has a feeling their rights are being violated. That's their complaint. It's like complaining to the store. Okay, you go into the store. Oh, I'm sorry, cat. I'll give you more water in a minute. I think he's just drinking a lot of water lately. I'm almost there, cat. So all he has is a feeling that this is violating his rights. He doesn't have to say what rights. He doesn't have to argue the rights. He's just saying, please give me a response from the side who's violating this. Tell me why. Don't answer for them. You're the manager of the store. Send it to the right people and figure out and tell me what's going on here. And don't dismiss it and say, I think I don't think so. I don't think so. Can you imagine the store manager writing back and saying, oh, I think you're wrong. We're not doing that. It's for the good of the store that we did this to you. Give me an explanation. Come on, cat. Come on up here. You'll be okay. I'm going to feed you in a minute. Come on up. And it would be up to the court, and up to the court, not the person who sent this to the court, to figure out the proper government entity or person this complaint should be forwarded to. I'm telling you, this is for constitutional challenges only. I'm not talking about we should be able to sue anybody we want. This is a very specific, very protected, specific kind of lawsuit filed in the court. It's a petition under the First Amendment. It's a redress of a specific kind of grievances. And, all done? Yeah. It's a special kind of grievance called the constitutional challenge. All right? So I'm not saying that the courts do this for everybody, but it's a way of communicating. Nowadays, people say, oh, if you have a complaint, contact Congress. Call your congressperson. No. File a complaint in your court. And I'm talking about a pro se constitutional challenge, and just do what I just did and just file it. And say you don't have to pay for it. The reason people don't do that is because they make you pay for a reason. They're trying to discourage that. If you have a complaint about a law, I'm not saying a complaint about your neighbor or other kinds of complaint. If there's a complaint about a specific law that don't say complain to your congressperson, the person who made it, or complain to this person or whatever. Complain to the court in a little handwritten letter if you have to. And that's the way it will be run in the future, by the way. Because then that's handed off to the legislative branch or a politician. Not the legislators can see it. I mean, it's not like where they're hidden, but the executive branch gets the complaint. Or complain to this person or that. No. The court is like the referee, and they're like the judge, and it's in an official stance. And when you get enough complaints, then that's like votes. It's like voting. It's like a vote. It is. And I think it's very helpful. I think the executive branch, I think politicians would be very helpful, at least in the future, knowing what their constituents think about a law. Okay? Instead of it being isolated to just a few people who have lawyers and who pay for lawyers to do this and do that, and then we're discouraged from it, and they say, well, you can't win, and it's going to cost you this amount of money, and all this baloney that we have now. No. The complaint is free, and the court will, without charging anybody, forward it to the proper executive, okay, for a response. And the response could be a rote one that's sent. It's like, could be a form that they send to all the people complaining about the same thing. Whatever it is, it's not going to cost that much money. It's going to be very helpful, and it's one way of making government more responsive to its people. It's the way the Constitution was meant to do it. Okay, for a response and an explanation. In other words, any human stating to the court in any shape, way, or form in a non-anonymous fashion that they believe a law may be violating a personal right has standing. I have standing under the First Amendment right to petition the government for a redress of grievances from unconstitutional laws. So every single pro se constitutional challenge that I filed has standing just for filing it, because it's a complaint and I believe it violates the rights. That's all I have to say. I believe my rights were violated. That's all I have to write. I could have written, I believe by wearing a face mask at the Walmart, and they say that it was a law that caused them to do this. I can't file a complaint against Walmart. Walmart says on the front, we are only doing this because it's a law. It's by law. So because of that, I'll say, well, I'm filing a complaint against the law because I think the law is violating my rights. So I could write in handwriting to the local court. Even just the state court should be able to forward it to whatever. It should be. It could be the state court. It could be any court, any judge, anywhere. You file it there in a way, and you say, I believe by wearing the mask, by this law that's forcing me to, the law that's forcing me to wear a mask in the Target store, I believe is violating a right, and this is my complaint. Sign it and send it. That's all I have to do, and I have standing automatically. Okay, automatic standing. So they're using standing as it's a joke. It's a joke to dismiss things that's just a Nazi creation, like sovereign immunity and shit. All these roadblocks they send up for people suing the government. Sovereign immunity is one. Standing is the next one. Having to pay the filing fees. All these big roadblocks set up by Nazis to prevent the system from working the way it should. Okay, so it would be up to the court, not the person who sent to the court, to figure out the proper government entity or person this complaint should be forwarded to, exactly as is, without editing or comment, and for no fee. I don't want to hear your damn comment at this point. I'll hear your comment later when you hear the other side. Mother effers. For a response and an explanation. Any human stating to the court in any shape, way, or form in an anonymous fashion that they believe a law may be violating a personal right has standing under the First Amendment right to petition the government for a redress of grievances from unconstitutional laws, period. The pro se constitutional challenge, therefore, cannot be dismissed without the court, at the very least, contacting the government entity responsible and requesting a response or an explanation, and passing it back on to the plaintiff, regardless of how trivial or misguided the complaint may appear. Okay, this is an act that is currently very difficult, this act of and costly for most citizens to figure out and do on their own. But it is very easy and cost effective for the court to do, because in pro se constitutional challenges, there is a limited number of relevant government figures that can and should be contacted by the court on a regular basis for these types of lawsuits, namely the mayor or district attorney at the local level, and the governor or the state attorney general at the state level, and the president and or the United States Attorney General at the national level. Or give it to all 7 of them. Just automatically send it to all 7 of them, or whatever. Okay? Doesn't matter. What does that matter? Especially today with emails. Just email it to them. Seriously. But we have all this old, you have to serve and you have to do this and then sign that person and it has to be witnessed and then blah, 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 and then you have to pay that. And then you send it to the wrong person, or you name the wrong person in the lawsuit. And I mean, come on. And you need a lawyer to do it. Really? You need a lawyer? Who says you need a lawyer to fight? You need a lawyer to complain at the Target store that that the shopping carts were dirty. The shopping carts were dirty. You can't complain about that. You can't complain about that to the store manager or anybody, because first you need to pay this, and then you need to find the person in charge of the managing the cleanliness of the carts. And if you complain instead to the person in charge of the clothes and they're not in charge, then your complaint is invalid. Sorry, bye. That's what they're saying. But you need to go find a lawyer to file this complaint about the the dirty shopping carts. You need a lawyer because it's too complicated to complain about a dirty shopping cart. Mother effers. Anyway. Okay. So. This is enacted as figure out and do on their own, and it's cost effective. Namely, okay. So anyway, pro se constitutional challenges were meant to give important feedback to these government figures regardless of the validity of the complaint. That's what the whole thing was. It's like call your senator. No, call your local judge and local court and have them transfer the complaint to the right entity. Plaintiff has no doubt this is how the court will be run in the future because the fundamental laws of efficient and peaceful self-governing as laid out for the first time in detail by the framers of the U.S. Constitution are like the laws of physics. They are not up for debate and cannot be altered out of convenience. The way the current court system is run is therefore unsustainable and will eventually collapse under its own weight if the system does not change. Probably sooner rather than later, given the responses plaintiff got from her 49 original anti-mask lawsuits filed in 2020. Oh, here come the pigeons. All right. So that's fine. That being said, this complaint meets the requirement of standing, even under the current scheme used by the court, insisting that the burden is on the plaintiff, the customer, to establish injury, causation, and redressability. First, plaintiff's rights listed above in paragraph 5 pertaining to face mask mandates and social distancing mandates have been violated daily for years. They can't even argue the thing where it's only happened once. Okay, I'm here in LA. They're violated daily when I work at work. And plaintiffs' rights pertaining to testing and vaccine mandates have been violated daily since these mandates were issued a few months ago, establishing injury. Second, this injury was caused by defendants' orders because plaintiff's workplace and all the places of business plaintiff has frequented in Los Angeles City, in Los Angeles County, and in California in the past year claim in posted signs that the requirements of face masks, social distancing, testing, and vaccine mandates are all because of state and local mandates establishing causation. So these are legal terms. That's fine. Finally, the court can and should grant plaintiffs' requests for an injunction barring defendants from violating plaintiffs' rights, not just currently, but ever again, over any fraudulent orders stemming from a false emergency. This establishes redressability. So these are 3 requirements that are needed in, that the court fakely, this is what they set up themselves. This isn't a constitutional thing, but the court has imposed its own little rules, and now they're abusing them and using them to get rid of valid, really important constitutionally protected lawsuits called pro se constitutional challenges, especially now. So, and that's what happens is you get a Holocaust. That's what happens when you don't allow the checks, the real checks of systems and balances that I talked about before in the previous video. I talked about how when we do checks and balances, they always talk about only the government checks and balances against each other. They never talk about the most important one, and that's the people check. The people check against all these entities. And the people check here, in this case, is filing a constitutional challenge. That's the people's check. And also serving on a jury is another one. But this is one people's check in addition to voting. And it's more important than the voting one because this happens... it could happen any day, and it could happen right away. Like right now, you say, well, if you didn't like the way the COVID-19 mandates were run, you could vote the person out in 4 years after you've been put into it. If you don't like going off to a concentration camp, you could vote Hitler out in 5 years. Whatever. It's stupid. Voting is the least important check on government powers. Okay, the most important one, the government in the Constitution, the powers are on equal level with whatever the government entity is. For instance, the citizen's power to own a gun is to counter the executive branch's power to own a gun, and that's definitely a right. That's definitely a fundamental human right, and the power to there's a lot of powers in the Constitution, but it has to equal whatever the power is the government is being checked against. So, yeah. Anyway, let's just do this. So if you want to control guns, you say we can. I always say we can own whatever guns the government can own. And I'm not talking about in war. I'm saying if the police force can own a tank, then people can own tanks. If the local police force, okay, if the local police force can own assault rifles, then the local people can. So if you want to ban guns of people, you have to ban guns of the police, because that's what the guns are all about. It's not to protect from, it's not a right to defend yourself from supposed robbers and things. It's to defend yourself from the government, which owns guns. Okay? And that's why this current Holocaust failed, by the way, because half the country in the middle has guns, and they weren't able to enforce their fascist rules and laws and shit in the middle of the country. I knew as a trucker, they weren't going to tell a trucker. There wasn't some zit-faced person at Pilot. This little teenage zit-faced person getting paid minimum wage is going to tell a trucker coming in with a gun, "You have to put a mask on, sir." That did not happen. Even if the state ordered it, that did not happen. Truckers were not wearing those damn masks. Yeah, make me and my gun. So the gun, that's the reason. By the way, the Second Amendment is the reason. Our Second Amendment is the reason the fascism will not overtake the whole country. It's overtaken the places where the guns are limited, of course. In California and New York and everywhere, fascism has run rampant. So that's one example of Holocaust and how Holocaust happened. And it's the one example of what the first thing. The first thing to happen is you have to control the media, but the second thing is you have to take away all the guns, and that's how the Jewish Holocaust happened. One of the steps. There are certain steps that take place psychologically, but other steps take place physically, and the physical steps are take away everybody's guns. And you better believe Hitler did it, and you better believe the Jewish Holocaust would not have happened if he did not take away everybody's guns first. Okay? And you better believe the Jewish Holocaust wouldn't have happened if he didn't control the media first. So there's some things you have to do first. So anyway. Oh, okay, here's the number one thing that you better believe wouldn't have happened. The number one thing that would have caused the Holocaust, the Jewish Holocaust, not to happen is they didn't receive money from American taxpayers through the 16th Amendment. Jewish Holocaust never would have happened if it were not for the 16th Amendment. The 16th Amendment helped it happen. It not only helped it happen, it made it happen. That was just, I just said, the 16th Amendment funded both sides of World War I. I mean, World War I broke out almost within a year or two after the 16th Amendment. You need money to run wars on both sides. Fascism does not generate money. A country cannot be self-sustained under fascism or socialism or communism. It does not run. They needed money from the United States, which they got through the 16th Amendment. So absolutely freaking, we've been subsidizing all these countries for years now, and it's coming to a head. It's coming to an end. Okay. So anyway, number one, you couldn't have the Jewish Holocaust without the money coming from the United States, thanks to the 16th Amendment. And number two, you can have the Jewish Holocaust and you can't control the media unless you have money, and you can't control the lawmakers and pass these laws about guns. So anyway, we're done. We're done for how Holocaust happened. The 16th Amendment, take it out. That being said, first plaintiffs listed, and okay, so when you file these lawsuits, you have to have, nowadays it's so stupid, you have to mention jurisdiction and venue. So this is fine if it's a corporation or you're suing another person or whatever it is, but for constitutional challenges, no, you don't need any of this shit. It's just bullshit. Okay, you just need a complaint that your rights are being violated, sign it, and you're done. And at least specify. And also, when they say standing, they say you have to mention they're saying it has to make sense, and as far as it's so stupid because they're misinterpreting. You could tell I could see how after going through law school, how they're twisting the words of what they should be saying. I mean, it's like, I'm just saying that they wouldn't be able to pass a bar exam, or they shouldn't be able to. They all do because they all cheat. Every one of them cheat on passing the bar exam. It's so easy to cheat because they have there's a multiple choice section, which is really hard to cheat on. But even the multiple choice section is made specifically to trick people into. But if you really understand the law, and the multiple choice section is really good at making sure you understand the concept of it. And I did really well there. I was like 75 percentile, or I did better than most people. But they flunked me on the subjective part, which is the written. You have to write these arguments and shit, and there's certain things you could do. And what they do is they give out the questions to. That's how you cheat. You don't know the questions ahead of time, so you go in and you're supposed to know everything. It's like, not an open book exam, and you're supposed to be able to do things on the fly. But they give out those questions to people all the time, way ahead, so they can prepare and go in and have a prepared speech, or whatever it is. Or they didn't like my handwriting on one of them because my computer was sabotaged or something. I went in and tried, and then they make you pay to do the computing test. It's so swampy and backwards and Nazi and freaking. I'm so sick of this. I am so sick of the justice system. There's so many easy things that need to be done. It's so easy to revamp it. It's just so purposely swampy. It's purposely swampy because you needed to be. The Nazis are in control of all of this. So I don't know what I mean. It's just like, and there's no money to do this, I guess. But anyway. So yeah, all the bar exams is just a joke. It's easy to cheat on it. Everybody cheats. It's going to be surprising, not even surprising to me, and when it all becomes exposed in the future that didn't they just do that? There was just a story recently that said 75% of the recent bar exam online, whatever they found were people were cheating, and it's so stupid. It's unconstitutional to say I cannot practice law unless the bar tells me I can, by the way. So I don't mind. I could practice law, but just say I'm not a member of the bar, fine. I don't have to pay these high fees for this joke of a swamp. They're all gay Nazi swamp assholes. If you say you're a member of a bar, it tells me that you've been following the Nazi laws and you won't buck them. So fuck you. Seriously. I mean, good for you if you're younger, but they get you when you're younger and then they make you conform. And then by the time you have a mortgage and kids, you don't want to buck the system. And I get how that happens. And good for you. Good for you for concentrating on your family. That's what you should be doing. Go ignore all of this. Just don't get political then. If you are a lawyer, well, how do you become a lawyer and not become political? I don't know. I feel for you if you have a mortgage and kids and you're trying to just keep your job. But, I don't feel for you if you are a congressperson right now who is not supporting Trump in his attempts to take down the 16th Amendment. And you could suck it because you know better. If you're a lawyer and you're reading any of this, and you know this anyway by now, I'm sure this has been, all of this before even I do, that it's really swampy, and you know what needs to be changed. Same with the family court. The family court, the biggest swamp lawyers in the whole country and the whole world are the family court divorce attorneys, because they know there is a much better way to do this, but they won't make enough money off of it. They know there's a much better way to do all of this without abusing children. So they purposely have chosen to make a lot of money over the abuse of kids. So that's why every single divorce attorney is a big piece of shit. Okay? They are all shit because they know better. They know you can't be a divorce attorney, and go through these custody battles and know there is not a much better way that doesn't even involve you piece of shit. But they won't make money off it. So they're all shit. But they'll get their comeuppance later. But unfortunately, many kids between now and then are still going to continue being abused by the system. So it's just nothing I can do. You just wait for it to come. But I just say and just have faith that it'll eventually come. While they're abusing kids, pieces of shit. Anyway, the biggest of which right now I'm attacking online, and I was taken off Twitter for that, are Samantha Spector and oh god, I can't believe I can't remember their names, but they're doing the Kelly Clarkson divorce, and they're the biggest pieces of shit on the planet. I can't believe one of them, like I've been calling them big pieces of shit since Britney Spears. During trial in 2008, I'm on the witness stand being sent at the risk of being sent up to prison for 5 years. I'm trying to defend myself, and I spent the whole time talking about Britney Spears and how they're attacking her and how they're violating her rights. They took their kids away from her because she shaved her head. Think about it for a minute, you fucking assholes out there. And it's like now it's what is it, 12, not even 12, it's 14 years later, and they're like, oh, maybe we should focus on Britney Spears because people are complaining. Yeah, well, what about the 50 million other families that don't have people complaining, who are getting screwed by the family court system and the Nazis and the gay Nazi assholes who hate the family? And, so all that shit. And, oh, it's been solved because Britney Spears is now free. No, she isn't. She can't use your money. There isn't a single female celebrity in Hollywood who could spend her money the way she wants. That's not her money. I mean, the swamp believes it's not her money. The swamp believes that's their money. So good luck. They'll either kill them or whatever it is, destroy them. I don't know what, but the reason is the swamp that got her the money in the first place, swampily, a lot of them, don't believe it's her money. Ask Sharon Stone about it. How it's very difficult for any female celebrity to have control of her money. Guys are more aggressive, and the gay Nazi assholes love them more, so they'll let the guys do more, but they can't stand women, the white women especially. So good luck on that. But I'm and the biggest piece of shit, Samantha Spector, and how can I forget her name? But they're working cahoots with each other, by the way. It's not like, oh, this is this one versus that one. The lawyers are together on both sides. They're working for the same goal, which is to make the most amount of money from the celebrity going through the divorce as possible. So they use the kids, and they abuse the kids, and it's amazing the rulings they do. They don't even follow the family court laws, by the way, are so slimy to begin with, but these guys are going even against. They're not even following the slimy rules. They're like making up their own even slimier rules in that case. When there's a lot of money involved, they just make up their own rules. And one of them is like, oh yeah, I was a lawyer for Britney Spears. I mean, they actually advertise this. Like, you belong in jail if you were a lawyer for Britney Spears. And she's advertising this, like, on her website. Yeah, I'm famous. I'm a lawyer for all the famous people. And she says she was a lawyer for Britney Spears. It's Samantha Spector, and I can't believe I can't remember the other one. Oh my God. They're both from Loyola, I think, or something. Big pieces of shit. I'll remember it later. Biggest pieces of shit on the planet. And the gay judge who's making those decisions on child support. Oh yeah, we upheld the prenup after we forced Kelly to pay $5 million to this asshole. Yeah, we upheld the prenup. Like, really? You did not. It's amazing how they handle the media, too. The media is a part of this. Like, they just write whatever they want the media to say, they just tell them, and then the media prints exactly what they say to pretend like this is a good thing or that they got fair. And anyway, let's just go on. Okay, that's that. I'm after them. That's the one thing I'm after all this stuff. I'm going through all this to get to them, but I can't until I figured out when I went through all this, I said, well, how do I change that? And then I had to go to law school, and then I found out, I can't change that until I change the criminal law system, and I can't change the criminal law system until I do this, until I do that. And then we can't do a thing until we take down the 16th Amendment. That's what this is all about. So, I mean, I'm taking down the 16th Amendment. That's going to be great, but really, I'm just trying to change one single tiny little family court law. Okay, that's all I have to do. I just want to change this one little thing. Guess what I have to do? I have to take down the entire 16th Amendment. And you have to take down all the swamps, and then I could change this one law that's going to make everything 10,000 times better for families in the whole country, and abuse children less, a lot less, not just a little bit, like a lot less. Okay, so don't come and talk to me about how much you love children and how much you want to protect them. Every one of you can go suck a dick, because if you really want to protect kids, you will vote for Trump and take down the 16th Amendment. That's it. I mean, that's all there. I don't know what else to tell you, because I've been through it, and I have no more patience left for people who pretend that they like kids and want to protect kids, and then they come out and say Trump is a racist. I don't want to vote for him. Like, just suck a dick. Finally, the court can't. I shouldn't be this angry, but I'm just losing patience right now. For anybody watching these videos, if you're not watching the video, then you're forgiven, because just go take care of your family and don't worry about it. Trust the government later, and go on and hate Trump. It's going to get done with or without you. It's just more enjoyable doing this. But if you're watching this video and you're this far into it, and then you're really interested in the truth, and if you go on, then I'm telling you to suck a dick if you go on with the same path you've been doing and not change your mind or not want to learn more. Okay? You can suck a dick. Finally, the court can and should grant plaintiff's request for injunction from violating currently ever again. Parties. Plaintiff, Huguette Nicole Young, née Pelletier. And I say Pelletier because all my science writings are in Huguette Pelletier, all my science publications. Currently works for minimum wage as a shelf stalker at Target store number 0228 in West Hills neighborhood of Los Angeles, where plaintiff has lived in her car since arriving in Los Angeles on March 9th, 2021. Plaintiff is a law school graduate, a PhD chemist, and was once a well-established biochemistry researcher. You could search that too. Search Huguette Nicole Pelletier or Huguette Pelletier. I don't think I had Nicole then. It was just H. Pelletier. Huguette Pelletier. Plaintiff is a law school graduate, PhD, and biochemist. Plaintiff had even been offered a position to work as a principal investigator at the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, the NIAID, in Bethesda, Maryland in 1997 by the director himself, Anthony Fauci. That is, he flew me out there and I had a presentation, and then I talked to him in his office afterwards where they offered me this job by the director himself, Anthony Fauci. That is, until Fauci made good on a thinly veiled threat to make sure plaintiff never got another government grant if she did not stop a lawsuit that she had filed in 1994 against Pfizer. It was against Agron Pharmaceuticals, which then Pfizer then bought them during this lawsuit. So it was Pfizer, mostly, for stealing data from her, for fabricating what they could not steal, and in the straw that broke the camel's back, and that drew the lawsuit in the first place, for publishing everything as their own work product. Because when you're an academic scientist, as I was, publication is everything. We don't get paid like the industry scientists. We get paid nothing, but in return, we get credit for our work, and we get publications, and we get grant money, and you get more freedom for what you get to explore. And if the industry scientists want to publish something, they have to follow the rules of the journals where it's published. If you're publishing it, then everything that goes into that journal is up for grabs for raw data. You can't have both sides. You can't have both. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't publish something as a basic science and then claim that you can't give up the raw data. Then you just can't publish it. Sorry. I mean, that's the whole point of publishing it, is making it available for the public, including the raw data. But the reason they do that, and the reason the pharmaceutical companies do that now, is because they're lying. It's a great way to lie, and and so I went through all this and with them, and it was interesting, and I had to go through all this to be right on top of this pandemic shit, the fake stuff. Anyway, Fauci made good on a thinly veiled threat when I was in his office. The whole reason he called me out there. Now, I had been called all over the country, and I was lecturing all over the world by this time because I was just a hot young scientist. I was very good at what I did, and I didn't just publish anything. I waited before I had the true answer to like real questions, like how questions. Those are the big ones to answer. So my work is still in biochemistry textbooks in 2 different chapters on electron transport. And then like the photosynthetic reaction, like synthesis, respiration and photosynthesis are the 2 in animals and whatever. Okay, it's just, and then in the DNA polymerase work, which was the nucleotide transfer reaction, which is, if you want to make DNA, it's like one of the most important reactions to live, is how to build the DNA, and I really nailed it. It was brilliant how I did it too. I'm telling you, I'm not being braggadocious. I'm just telling you, here's a fact, that here's a brilliant young female scientist. And the way it was treated by, it wasn't just female, it was just somebody who wanted to just do facts and not give in to what the pharmaceutical companies wanted, which was, let their lies go through and we'll pay you a lot. If you let our lies go through, we'll give you grant money, which is what Fauci was saying, pretty much. And if you buck the system and continue with this lawsuit, which at the time was claiming they fabricated work, which was the big deal thing, that the court wouldn't let me put that in front of the jury. I won huge in front of the jury just on the stealing part and on the slimy behavior since then. They never saw any of the data on the fabrication. because that was the most important part to kill, and the judge killed it off early, and then they got a new judge in, and then it was just the slimiest thing anybody could ever go through. And then once I won 12 out of 12 juries, one of them, just like in my criminal case later, one of them was a plant, obviously rigged, but the jurors were going to murder her because she was complaining. And she actually came in the bathroom afterwards. And we're not supposed to be in the same bathroom, but somehow she's in my bathroom and she's going, oh, boo-hoo. She was like insulting me. Like she was trying to undermine what I was doing. And I knew immediately, fuck you, you rigged piece of shit. And I didn't report it or anything because they're trying to make a mistrial is what they were trying to do at that point. That's how good the facts were once you get to court. And I really trust the jury system if you just put real people in there. I said, and when we were doing voir dire, the other side's like dismissing, whatever. And then my attorney on contingency, and he ended up being paid. He ended up going to the other side eventually. I mean, the money just, they just offer more and more money until he's on the other side. And that's just all there is to it. And that's what happens when you have a court system that's run by money in the pharmaceutical industry that has an endless amount of money, of your taxpayer money, to do this. Anyway, okay, enough about this. I'm just saying there's so much swampy shit going on, but I still trust the jury system and a jury. And then when it came time to us doing voir dire, I said, whatever. I said, no, I don't want to dismiss anybody. Are they over 18? Are they part of the citizenship? That's all I need. I will take anybody off the street with these facts. My facts are always so strong, even in my paper and everything. But you shouldn't have to have that much facts. In my criminal trials, you shouldn't have to have such an overwhelming amount of facts to get this shit across, is what I'm saying. It's just ridiculous that and so anyway, I got 12 out of 12. They said they were going to grant me millions of dollars. They were bantering about in the millions so that I could start my own biochemistry. I could start my own pharmaceutical company, they said, or my own biotech firm. That's how impressed they were with me. But they had to limit it to $200,000 because that was the actual damages. Now you have to go through tort law to understand this, but the judge would not allow punitive damages in this. When the actual underlying case was fraud, they stole work from me, and the judge wouldn't allow punitive damages. I wasn't in law school at the time. I didn't know how freaking fucking ridiculous this was. Like, I knew it was ridiculous. What a ridiculous ruling. And we should have been able to appeal that. And but by then my own attorney was bought in them. And by the time, and I let him do the appeal, and everybody says, well, that was your mistake. And I'm going, it's not my, I trust my attorney. So it's my mistake for trusting him. And I should have done this and that. I said, this is too much. Too much to say what I should have and shouldn't have done after 7 years of putting out my life into this thing and winning 12 out of 12 juries, and then it goes on appeal, and they upheld everything that the jury said except the award money. So yeah, they stole work from me. Yeah, they were slime holes. Yeah, this and that. We agree and everything. Finally, but it's too much money. We don't think you were damaged. You didn't show. They stole work from you, slammed your name for years, said this, pre-published a paper that took out when we were in the middle of publishing ours, questioned it, made us redo it all. But I wasn't damaged. I was damaged. Well, just $1. Just we'll give you $1. So we would get the moral victory. I mean, it was so fucking. And everybody now, there are people now. I have Kong. I was there, and the whole time this was going on, I had a friend, and I was on. Anyway, okay, enough. Hey, Kong, how you doing? It's like I had friends that were not scientists. I was on a softball team and on a billiards team. He was great. Kong Nguyen. Hi, Kong. He says, oh my God, you come live with me anytime. He's got a wife now and kids. He's the funniest guy. I love Kong. He's like my buddy from Houston. He says, you're living in your car? No, you got a house. You got a home anytime here in Houston. Come back. So I have a home anytime I want in Houston. Anyway, Kong, you're great. But he said he had no idea. He's reading all this stuff now. He's really into it. Like, he said, I had no idea. I was playing softball with them. I was doing all this court stuff, and nobody knew anything about it. Like, all this stuff I was doing in the courts. But now, even he didn't know. And, like, it was just a part of my life. But it was just, I kept it separate. Now I separate things like that. It's just slime hole stuff. But anyway, I eventually left science because I wasn't getting any grants over there in Houston, and I loved Baylor College of Medicine. But the other thing was, if I continued on, I saw the underbelly, and it was like in my field, I had to bow to the pharmaceutical industry and do anything they wanted, and I couldn't tell the truth, actually. In other words, I wanted to be a scientist who published facts, and I can't publish facts because I couldn't get this one fact removed from literature, this one blatant, fabricated lie, because it came from a pharmaceutical company, and the journal editors wouldn't support it. There was no entities that would support it. So this is it. Pharmaceutical companies can publish in the scientific literature any lies they wanted, and there was no repercussions for it. There was no way to undo it. They could just lie, and they've been doing it since, and they're doing it. And that was 1994, 30 years ago. So you don't think it's gotten worse? Look at what's going on in the pandemic. They just publish whatever the hell they want. So scientists are not scientists. They're bought by the pharmaceuticals, the medical industry. The whole thing is all one big swamp. That's all they do is publish lies and get away with it, because they started here. It started with a very bad decision by the California appeals court, which was completely owned by the pharmaceutical even then. And if you think they were owned then and not now, they're owned even more now. Even the Supreme Court, everybody's bought and paid for. Anyway, so the plaintiff never got another government grant if she did not drop a lawsuit. And this was Fauci, too, by the way, telling me this. And see, this was Fauci. So he made it big on another big lie, which was that AIDS was that the AIDS vaccines and AIDS drugs were stopping AIDS, when AIDS was just mutating itself out of being, viruses. The best viruses, the most powerful ones, don't kill their host. The most powerful ones are like the cold and the flu. They don't kill the host. The ones that kill the host right away don't last very long, because that's not what you want to do if you're a virus. You don't want to kill your host. You want your host to live and spread you everywhere. If you kill your host, then you're not going to spread anywhere. Maybe some dead animals or somebody who comes near the dead person. I don't know what. So viruses that kill people right away, they mutate very quickly to be less lethal. And that's what happened. And actually the drugs kept it AIDS lethal. If anything, all those antiviral drugs and everything that we've been paying $7 billion a year to Africa, which isn't going to the drugs, for anti-AIDS stuff, that was Fauci. Fauci was getting $7 billion a year to spend on whatever he wanted, or the pharmaceutical company. That's where your taxpayers' money went for preventing AIDS, quote unquote, in Africa. I mean, when Trump heard about that, I remember they were doing the. He says, "I didn't know that. I'm going to put an end to that right away." And I remember he told that to Fauci's face, and that was it. Fauci just went, "You're out of here." They did everything they could to get that guy out, because he was just going around killing the swamp. I hope we're still not sending $7 billion a year to buy anti-AIDS drugs for Africa. Like, are you fucking beyond belief kidding me that this was going on? The anti-AIDS drugs makes AIDS worse. It's just like okay, that's where Fauci gets all his money. He made it big on AIDS, and he doesn't know shit about viruses. He's just a big piece of stupid shit, actually. But he's a non-gay dumbass moron, but he's definitely not innocent in any of this stuff. That guy definitely belongs in jail at the very least. Well, what else is there? There's no capital punishment, but he belonged in jail before the pandemic started, by the way, people. So, what can I tell you? And now everybody's going, "Oh, well, it's them. The Republicans want that, and the Democrats don't want it." And no, it's not Democrats versus Republicans, people. They're all swampy, by the way. They're going to all pretend like Rand Paul, big gay guy in Congress, a Republican. Oh, he's been attacking Fauci like crazy. He has not. It's all a big kabuki theater show, pretending like they're attacking each other when they're all stealing from the pot. They're all getting this money from pharmaceutical, and they're all getting this money from the defense contractor swamp. And it just depends on what swamp, but they're all swamp bought and paid for. So they're all going to pretend like they're going to, we're going to come after Fauci. We're going to do investigations now into the pharmaceutical. We're going to drag all these, I love this, we're going to drag all the heads of Twitter and YouTube in front of Congress. Like, what does that do? You bunch of fucking assholes. Get rid of the 16th Amendment. Put Trump back in, get rid of the 16th Amendment, and get out of my fucking face with your stupid everything else. Okay, it's just all kabuki theater. It's all stupid. Everybody, wake up. Get your heads out of your asses. Like, seriously. And the reason I'm impatient is because you can see it's been 30 years coming for me, waiting for Fauci to finally go to jail, and now he's not even going to because he's well protected by the swamp in D.C., the D.C. swamp. And Trump, just to show you, a sitting president of the United States, Trump, this is how powerful Fauci is, couldn't get rid of Fauci. Fauci was more powerful than the president of the United States as far as being in his position there. He didn't want Fauci as the head of whatever. He didn't want Fauci the head of the task force. Pharmaceutical made sure he stayed there and made sure he ran this fake pandemic. That's how powerful Fauci is. Not Fauci, the puppets who control Fauci. That's how powerful the puppets who control Fauci are. Okay, you don't give them $7 billion a year that goes in their pockets. And what do we give them? Another $200 billion over this fake and more fake shit, and $1 trillion we sent to the defense contractor swamp. The thing is, fascism is expensive, and you can't run it over the world. So all this swamp stuff, it does cost a lot, and they're going out of business now, people, finally. But it took a while, and it's unsustainable. So anyway, just don't even get started on, we're gonna really grill Fauci, fucking assholes. What's it? Yeah, Rand Paul, gay guy, redheaded gay guy. So he's got a lot of power. Just like what's his name, Andrew Jackson. Okay, we've been through all this. Anyway, Anthony Fauci. Until Fauci made good on his thing and made sure. Unless she dropped the lawsuit. I had filed it in 1994. I published a lot of great stuff, and then I was called everywhere. But I ended up going to Houston. I ended up being a professor at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston. Loved Houston, but didn't like doing science anymore after this. Against Pfizer for stealing data from her, for fabricating what they could not steal, and in the straw that broke the camel's back, they published it all. I said, fine, take it. Take it all. Do whatever you want. Just don't publish it, because that hurt my reputation. Especially when they published, they faked some data and published it, and it contradicted my real data. And then everybody started accusing me, including Thomas Stites, the Yale piece of shit, who's now dead. He won he was slated to win a Nobel Prize, and I over polymerase shit. And he's just stupid. Yale. Do not go to Yale for science. Go to Yale for drama. Do not go to Yale for science, because they're not scientists. They're a bunch of buffoons and idiots. And this guy wins the Nobel Prize in chemistry the same year I think Obama won. Just to tell you what a joke the Nobel Committee has become. They give it to Obama and Thomas Stites, this big buffoon, who's coming out in the lawsuit hinting that I'm the one making up work. He's paid for by the pharmaceutical swamp. And he's hinting that I'm the one making up the work because it contradicted him. And because what they fabricated was what he liked. He proposed something about polymerases, and mine kind of blew it out of the water and made him wrong. And what they published made him right, but it was fabricated. So he came in, he sided with them in the court case. This fucking asshole. And then what was it? 15 years later, I just leave science, but he wins the Nobel Prize. Like a big buffoon who doesn't know his head from his ass as far as chemistry, and it's just a guy who was a part of the swamp. What it was he was married to a scientist who was better than he was. She was a female scientist, and she was better than he was, but the females, if you were a scientist and you were a female, even 20, 30, 40 years ago, you couldn't get anywhere unless you were associated or married to another scientist, because it's kind of a check. It's like, oh, she's not that good, but maybe if her husband is a scientist, he'll check her work or something, is the attitude. It's like, it's so stupid. Guys are really bad at science because they're non-gay dumbass morons. They're easily follow groupthink. They don't think independently, and they can't observe shit. Women are very good at observations, at observing stuff, and that's what you need to be a scientist. They'll observe stuff and follow through. They're just not assertive enough the way guys are, and they don't like running entire corporate, like this guy wins a Nobel Prize for doing something. He didn't do shit. It was his 50 postdocs that he had at Yale, paid for by Fauci. Fauci gave him a shitload of money. He never gave me any money. So this guy has all these postdocs doing all this brilliant work, and he gets all the credit for it. And women can't stand that kind of a setup. It's a hierarchical kind of way to do science. I would still be doing science right now if there was a position that says, we will give you grant money, you do your own work, and you collaborate on an even level with other people who are specialized in other areas, like a specialized, but I print my own, like, it's just a better way to do science. Anyway, there's going to be better ways of doing things in the future. Guys are good at doing certain things in science, women are good at doing other things, and you need a balance of those two things. But this hierarchical thing where you get these big guys like this Yale guy, and it happens that a lot in physics too. You have these huge projects headed by one person who doesn't do shit. He's an executive. He's getting a Nobel Prize for being a manager and being able to get money out of Fauci and the pharmaceutical people or whatever it is. I don't know. It's just women. I'm positive there are brilliant women out there who aren't doing science. They just went and did everything else because of just the way it's set up and because of Fauci. The way he gives out money is just pathetic. And he's in charge of way too much money, getting $7 billion a year just for Africa. That didn't go to Africa. It went straight into Pfizer's pockets. Are you freaking kidding me? Anyway, so, boy, this is really opening a can of worms, isn't it? Well, that's fine. It's therapy for me. This is my therapy session. I don't see a therapist. I just talk on YouTube. I file shit, but now I'm talking. Now it's just all coming out. All the stuff that's behind all this. Anyway, you can read about it. For fabricating what they could not steal. That's the other thing publishing everything as their own work. This is Rex Dalton. He was great. He also did the same paper. He also published a lot of stuff on the front page of the San Diego Union Tribune and also in the Detroit Free Press. A lot of articles on this. It went on for 7 years. It ended in 2001, the day after the swamp, the Supreme Court swamp elected Bush as president in 2000, not 2001. In 2000, the Supreme Court elected Bush and the defense contractor swamp to be president. They didn't let the count go on. That was a big crack in the Supreme Court then, to be in my eyes. They should have. I don't care who won. They should have just let the count go on. They just ended it. Why did you end it? What was the big deal? Well, the defense contractor swamp won out. They had a lot of money and they needed to get Dickless Cheney, the gay Nazi asshole who ran 9/11. They needed to get him in so that he could run 9/11 9 months later. That's why. Anyway, thank you, Supreme Court, for that. Bunch of fucking assholes. Anyway, published everything as their own work. Okay. So, so here they are. Let's see if it's still there. Let me see. I think I checked this. I think it's still there. Anyway, he published like in 1998 and again in 2000 articles describing this. Let me see if it comes up. I think they're still there. Yeah, Nature. Okay. U.S. court slashes damages in polymerase beta. So the appeals court slashed it, and of course the other media they attacked me for years. The freaking other side just media swamped me, but in the scientific field, polymerase beta in Nature, and there she is. And during the lawsuit, they're going, "Did you take a picture for Rex Dalton?" I said, "No, that's on my webpage at Baylor College of Medicine. Look at it, Professor Pelletier." That's my picture that I had to take. And they're like, they thought that I don't know what their problem is. The Pelletier. That's why I say nay Pelletier, in case if you want to go look up other shit. There she is. Anyway, yeah, that's in the lawsuit. That was interesting shit going on back then. It's still up, so that's good. But I was a good scientist. I liked it. I enjoyed it. But I think everything in life was to get to this point. I think I was done being a scientist for a reason. I mean, it was good that I was, and I'm glad I got out, and I'm glad I got out of trucking, and I'm glad I'm at Target because I'm learning a lot of stuff at Target that I need to do my main life's purpose, which is all this stuff I'm doing right now. So I'm living my best life, and I have been my whole life. It's been leading to all of this. There's no way I could have done any of this unless I experienced everything I did, including being the scientist and having the stuff with the lawsuit and the slime. And it feels like I always feel like I can't spit without hitting hitting some kind of a scam that I uncover. And I think it's just now I've realized that it doesn't matter. I think it doesn't matter what I would have done. I would have eventually uncovered all this stuff because there's scams everywhere. So it doesn't matter what field I go into, there's a scam there. And I always feel like it's me uncovering the scam when it's just there's scams everywhere. And as long as you go into it knowing that, then it's very easy to spot them until the 16th Amendment goes away, and then we get better stuff going on. Anyway, what these news articles do not mention is that Pfizer unknowingly reported physically impossible phenomena when they fabricated data that they could not steal from me. I have to call my name plaintiff. This fabricated data contradicted plaintiff's real data, has never been reproduced, and is still reported in the scientific literature to this day, despite Herculean efforts by plaintiff to force Pfizer to either produce the raw data leading to the questionable results or have the questionable results removed from the literature as falsified. Okay, and it is they claim that when they soaked okay, just very quickly to the X-ray crystallographers out there, they soaked beta polymerase. That's only the 31 kilodalton fragment of it. That's all they had. I had that and the full protein and everything. I figured out all sorts of shit that they couldn't figure out. But because they couldn't grow crystals until way later, because they didn't know they had a fragmented version, and it was very difficult to reproduce the crystals. So they stated that they soaked whatever crystals they had in manganese solution, and that they found 2 metal ions bound in the crystal structure when they soaked it in manganese. You can't do that. You only find 1 metal ion bound. The other metal ion comes in with the substrate, with the nucleotide substrate. That's the second metal ion. But when it's alone and it's in native form without any substrates, there's only 1 metal ion bound in the active site. So But because Thomas Stites had proposed a 2 metal ion mechanism, he proposed that 2 metal ions were bound. That's what they stated, and that's not what you observed. So what they did was they didn't have enough crystals, so they pretended that their uranyl derivative that they used to solve the crystal structure, the uranyl derivative data set had 2 big peaks in the active site, and they said they submitted that, or they said that was the metal ion data set. In other words, they never collected the data on the manganese because they didn't have crystals. They just said that the uranyl derivative data set was a manganese data set. They just fabricated the results. They said they just fabricated the results in the data. They said we have data where we soaked crystals, and they didn't have the data. And one of the other reasons was the I/sigma value of the 2 metal ions that they're claiming in their paper in Cell. It was the whole reason the paper was accepted, was because they claimed there was it was just a fragmented nothing, whatever. It wouldn't have been accepted at Cell, except it agreed with what Stites, they thought it agreed with what Stites said. And it kind of agreed with what the uranyl derivative did. But they said it had I/sigma values on their different density maps of like 7 and 9 or something, and you don't get that. And it was at 3.5 angstrom resolution, guys. So you're not going to get an I/sigma for manganese even at 2.3. It's just manganese does not have enough electrons to have such a high I/sigma value. It was the uranyl derivative that they showed pictures of. That's the difference maps they were showing was of the uranyl derivative data set, because uranyl is huge, right? It's the derivative that they use. It's a heavy metal ion. So all those different density maps that are shown in the paper are uranyl derivative. And only the guy who did it, his name is Jay Davies, who came from the Kraut lab. He was somebody who was constantly sabotaging me because I came in just when he was leaving in the Kraut lab. He and they were the ones who stole the data from me. They came back after going to Agron. We didn't know this Agron. They're a pharmaceutical company. They're supposed to be doing anti-AIDS drugs, right? And they're doing this basic research, and they're claiming it's for cancer. And it was sponsored by Japan Tobacco and by all these. So I'm suing Japan Tobacco, and I'm suing pharmaceutical when I'm doing all this. I'm suing the biggest swamps of the country, in the world, whatever. I didn't realize that at the time, but that's what I stumbled into. So that's what they fabricated, guys. If you want to know, if you're an X-ray crystallographer and you want to know specifically, go look at their paper. And I put in a paper after that, and it's buried. I couldn't say it anywhere. Nobody would allow it, except in a biochemistry paper called Metal Ion Mutagenicity. This is a great series of papers I did afterwards, where I used X-ray crystallography as a way to measure binding constants of all these metal ions and everything. It was great. It was just brilliant work. I'm not kidding, guys. Go look it up. But in that paper, in a footnote, I don't even mention their work as fabricated. I said we have yet to reproduce their metal ion. That's all I said. Or I said something like that. I had to hint at it. But the whole time in the lawsuit, that's the whole reason I sued in the lawsuit. I was trying to get, during discovery, I said, you guys need to give up this data on the metal ions because it's fabricated. And the judge wouldn't allow it. And they claimed it was patent protected work. They were getting cancer. It was patent protected work. The 31 kilodalton fragment of the beta polymerase soaked in manganese is patented protected work, and they couldn't give up the data set, even though it's also a requirement for Cell, the editors, that you had to submit to the PDF, you had to submit to the protein data bank all the raw data, and they didn't do it. And even after I said it was falsified to the editors at Cell, and even in the lawsuit, I said it was falsified. They didn't. It was fabricated. They don't have the data set. And even when we tried to get the data set in discovery, they said no. And when they said it was patented protected. That's what they're doing now with the Pfizer work. They fabricated all this work on the vaccine. It's all fabricated, and we're trying to get it from Pfizer now, and they're saying it's patent protected work. That's what they're saying. It's using the same argument that succeeded 30 years ago against me, and it's just bullshit. And whatever. I mean, Pfizer. I don't care. I'm tired of them. I hope they go out of business. But I'm shorting them. I think I have this is the media. It's called the media swamp stock tutorial. But I think in my pretend, I pretend gave myself $11 million, and I pretend shorted 10 stocks and bought one stock long, which was Twitter. But one of the stocks I'm pretend shorted was Pfizer. But I don't go by what I say, because I would have been shorting them in 1994, and they, so who knows? But I'm just shorting them on principle. I can't stand them. They're fucking the biggest swamp pieces of shit on the planet, and I can't believe they're running this whole fake pandemic holocaust. Anyway, you can go check out this 1998 and 2000 when the California Appeals Court reversed. Can you imagine? The appeals courts aren't supposed to reverse jury verdicts at all. Not even touch upon it. And they said it's because I didn't establish damages. When they wanted to grant me, the jury themselves wrote on the side, handwriting. This is how pissed they are. If you're a trial lawyer, you tell me that anytime you've seen this kind of pissed off. The jury was so pissed off at Agron and their behavior, and Pfizer and their behavior, they hand wrote in the side that all my attorney fees must be paid by the other side as well. Okay, they hand wrote that, and they hand wrote that this was the $200,000 reward was besides the attorney's fees. They were trying everything they could to get money to me, and yet the appeals court took it all away. That's how pissed off. And also, yeah. Anyway, after law school, I'm looking at this going, holy shit, I was right in seeing that there's something very wrong going on here. So, and even Kong calls me all the time. He says, oh my God, you should resue them. You should do this. You should be able to do this. And I go, no, you can't. There's it's all statute of limitations and this and that. I did bring it up in one of my lawsuits. I said I should, in lawsuits coming out of criminal court. And they slammed me. They said, what are you talking about? Talking about, a lawsuit from 1994. I just brought it up again. And the way I brought it up was judges should not be elected to the benches. In California, these judges that were doing this are elected to the bench, to the appeals court. This is unconstitutional, people. In state courts, you can't do it in federal court. But they say, oh, no, the state courts aren't supposed to, state courts could do whatever they want. They don't have to follow the Constitution. And it's of course, the Bill of Rights don't apply to the state courts. Every state court that votes judges onto the bench is just it's not a court system. It's just a shadow government. When you're voting people onto the bench, they need to be appointed, okay, so that it takes out all this political shit. And also, so that's when I mentioned that. I said this is all, anyway, you got to go through the criminal stuff. The whole justice system needs to change dramatically. You can't vote, you can't have other judges vote magistrate judges onto the bench, okay, and you can't have judges voted on the bench by the people. Because then you just get shitholes like this who will vote whatever you're owned by the pharmaceutical company. Because if you don't do what the pharmaceutical company tells you, they're just going to pay to have you voted off the bench. Okay, which is much more difficult to do if it's an appointment and then the legislature, it's harder to do. It's very easy to do it if you're voted on the bench like this, but it's very difficult to corrupt it when it's as required by the Constitution that you're on the bench, you're appointed by the executive branch, approved by the legislature, and then you can't leave the bench. You're on there for life. Okay, now you're voted off if you contradict the pharmaceutical. So that's how the pharmaceutical company owns the California, of course. So that's what that is. Okay, so Eric, anyway. Okay, so that's me. What these news articles don't tell you is a fake pandemic. It is, I believe, something like this. Okay, so this fabricated data contradicted plaintiff's real data, has never been reproduced, and is still reported in the scientific literature to this day, despite Herculean efforts by plaintiff to force Pfizer to either produce the raw data leading to the questionable results or have the questionable results removed from literature. Oh, you want to know where else I wrote about this shit? There's a whole book written by the pharmaceutical swamp against me. Oh, okay, here we go. Who owns academic work book? Amazon. Who owns academic work? Okay, you go to who owns academic work, and I put up a review, product review about the author. How would you rate? Did they take it down? Oh, they probably took it down by now. I used to have a review up here of it. It mentions me in my lawsuit. Harvard University Press, of course, Harvard, bunch of blowhard idiots. So she was, Corinne Masheri was, she's in San Francisco, San Diego. She was in San Diego at the same time I was there, and she wrote this whole thing that sort of torpedoed me and lied about me. This text. Wait a minute, not Harvard. Oh, this is Kindle. What? I used to have a review published here, but maybe they took it down. I don't know. I'm sorry. Who owns academic work? You get Pelletier review of who owns academic. You know what? This is what I was telling you. I have to do something on patent law because she wrote this, and this is what I have to write because she doesn't know shit about patent work. Is a lecture a gift the world from a professor? To whom there were 3 scientists in charge. What? Times Higher Education. Author McKenna. Who owns academic work? Plaintiff you get is a commercial truck driver. Oh, there's a lot of structures. This is all my shit over here. This is my work. New documents. Okay, wait. Lecture. Hold on a minute. Oh, whatever. It's just Harvard University Press. What a bunch of blowhards. She won some prize for this, and it's all a bunch of bullshit. It's so stupid. It says basically they gave her something to write. She had a good start and an end, but they gave her a lot of shit to write about me that was wrong, and they used it and then they handed it over to the appeals court, and that impressed them. And I think that's how they got the appeals overturned. Oh, 2 ratings. Oh, here we go. Okay. Hey, everybody, go to the ratings. And 11 people found this helpful. Oh, it used to be. So I didn't write this on September 24th. I wrote it originally in like 2002, but I rewrote it. A major hit piece taken directly from the pages of Karl Rove is what I wrote. So read my review of it. Okay, here we go. Oh, look at that. I'm still up there. Fascinating explanation of university culture. All right, guys, I'll read it right now. Let's do it while we're here. Ready? I don't care. 6, 7. I don't give a damn. I'm okay. Oh, look, I got 1 star. But 8 people found it helpful. Apparently, while Corinne McSherry was a law student at Stanford writing this book, she was looking to carry over some sort of unexplained grudge. Actually, I spoke with her. Okay, just before I do this, and this isn't in here, I spoke with her on the phone afterwards, or she spoke with me, and she felt very, sincerely sorry. She didn't say she was sorry, but she didn't understand all the stuff I had told her. It sounded like she heard one side of the story. I didn't know her personally. And then when I told her everything, she was like, oh, wow, that's like, she did sound, so in her defense, she sounded really sorry. But I still have to come out and attack her here. I'm sorry, because it just wasn't good work. And yet she's winning all these prizes at Harvard and this and that. And I think she was just basically, because the very beginning of it sounded okay, and not the part where she bashes me, but okay, here we go. Apparently, while Corinne McSherry was a law student at Stanford writing this book, she was looking to carry over some sort of unexplained grudge from her graduate days at UCSD. I didn't know her personally when I was also a graduate student at UCSD, but McSherry was friends with a small subset of students in my laboratory who, instead of doing science, seemed to spend a majority of their days sitting around and thinking of ways to try to torment me on the sole basis that I was a highly talented, passionate female scientist. It didn't work most of the time, but still, what a pain in the choo-choo that was. I mean, I'm just talking about, I think the guy was gay now that I think about it. Jay Davies, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think he was a gay Nazi asshole. It's like every time I work anywhere and there's a gay Nazi asshole, it's always me or them in the end. And I always try everything I can to but I'm just very competitive, of course, and I want to get stuff done. And it's a good kind of competition. It's not a kind of competition where I sabotage shit. I just really want to work hard, and I'm very passionate about whatever projects I'm given. And I wasn't given this project. I was given another one and made gold. I turn any project given to me into gold. And I did, and she had been working on this one. His wife, she had a different project, but she had been sort of given this one and wasn't doing anything on it and everything. And finally, the boss put me on it after I had graduated and finished my PhD, and the whole thing was a big hit. And immediately I was getting results. So the girl that it was taken from by the boss in a lot of ways had been working on it forever and didn't get anything. And then I made a lot of so she didn't like that, and she married this other guy, and they both worked at Agaron by that point. So they brought it over to Agaron to compete with me without me realizing it. It was just, yeah, I am competitive, and yeah, I did take a project I didn't really take it from her. It's just like when you sit on a project, and it's an important project, preliminaries beta, and the guy who supplied the protein to the lab was not happy with the results. Like, it was 4 years or 3 years, and she was just nothing. He kept sending protein. So he was from Galveston. He's the guy who's on the paper with us. I forget his name, but he's the one who suggested that I be put on the project, and he was very happy with that because I got tremendous results very quickly, and a lot of them. But in the meantime, we get this disgruntled graduate student now, and she took the whole thing over to Agaron and had her husband, who was over there as well, work on it over there without us realizing it. So she's coming to our lab because she graduated. So she's coming around our lab, but the whole time she's asking questions. She's getting all this information on on everything we're doing that's advancing the project. And she's bringing it over to her husband over at Agaron. And she and her husband are working on the same project over there while she's coming into our lab and getting all the results we're doing and everything. So this went on for a year or whatever it was. But then when we found it out, a year before we published, we shut down all the information. So the only thing they were able to get was 1/4 of what we had finally ended up publishing, because at that point we shut everything down. So they were only able to get as far as what they were able to steal from us, and then they started making up the rest of it. So anyway, this is what happened. This is McSherry, and her friend was, I forget her name now. Oh, McTeague. Maybe she was a fellow Scottish. What's McSherry? Irish? I don't know what she was. She was okay, but she wasn't passionate about science, and I didn't dislike her, but her husband was really he would do all sorts of sabotaging and all sorts of crap, and now that I'm thinking about it, he just acted like a gay Nazi asshole. Anyway, but she ended up, that's their husband and wife team. Anyway, who instead of doing science seemed to spend a majority of their days sitting around thinking. They didn't seem to work very much, and they were 9-to-5ers, and even then they went off and didn't. And I was in the lab all the time, and maybe I drive those kind of people crazy. And I do the same at work. Anywhere I'm working, if they're union types who want to work a certain way, I drive them crazy, because it doesn't matter what job it is. I really give it my all, and people don't like that, and that's fine. I understand their point of view, because I don't know. I understand their point of view. It's just, I just wish I wouldn't have to butt heads with them. I need to find my people. And I did. Michael Sawaya was my people. He was great. He came in after me. Oh my God. We would stay in the lab all night. And you know what I love is I love jobs where what is your career? My career is going to be any job where I could wear jeans all day and listen to music, listen to the radio all day. And that was, we would listen to, it was always 50s and 60s hits, so I know them very well, but we listened to the radio all day, all night, and that's my trucking job was the same, being a mom was the same, and now working at Target is the same. So all I do is I just want to wear jeans all day and listen to the radio, and that's all my favorite jobs, and that's what I had. I was the scientist. Boy, I did that for a long time. I loved it. And then a mom, you could do that, and then a truck driver, I could do that, and just wear jeans all day and listen to the radio. And now at Target, I listen to Target radio all day. It's great. I love it. So that's all. So if you want me to apply Wordle, I'm going to do Wordle right now. But if you want me to apply to anything, know that my next job, whatever it is, I have to be able to wear jeans all day and listen to the radio. That's all. That's my only requirement. I'm happy. Anyway, McSherry was friends with a small subset of students, sitting around thinking of ways to try to torment me on the sole basis that I was a highly talented, passionate female scientist. It didn't work most of the time, but still, what a pain in the choo-choo that was. Anyway, it might go a long way toward explaining why this book reads so much to me like McSherry took a page from the Karl Rove book of slime and created this hit piece disguised as academic work. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if Agaron Pharmaceuticals, the other half of the Pelletier versus Agaron Pharmaceuticals lawsuit that is so prominently featured on the opening pages of this book, paid her way through law school in exchange for allowing them to hijack what may have started out as a reasonable thesis, mostly the middle part of the book. Oh, it's the middle part of the book. That's the best part. The beginning and end are stupid. Most of the middle part of the book covering the history of intellectual property in academia, but ended up being some sort of convoluted, sick argument in support of pharmaceutical companies stealing as much basic research data they can from academic scientists, falsifying whatever they aren't able to steal, and publishing it all as their own independent research. The argument was because the government paid me my grant to do this, it was public information and the pharmaceutical companies could take it all they want. And I say, okay, fine, I'll agree with that. But then they can't turn around and publish it as their own work. That's the crux of it. Go ahead. I said, take anything you want from me and use it. Use it to cure whatever you think you're curing with your lying piece of shit. They ended up coming up with some they ended up, their stock went up 10 times in one overnight over what Jay Davies, the guy who did this he solved the structure of some protein, whatever. So then they came up with an anti-AIDS drug that doesn't, AIDS was mutating itself out of it, doesn't do anything. It probably makes it worse because it poisons the AIDS patients. It probably makes it worse than not taking this drug. And this is probably what they're selling. Pfizer bought them, and this is what they're selling to poison all of Africa for $7 billion a year. It's probably this anti-AIDS protease inhibitor. There was a lot of drugs, though. They were one of many who but this is what they do. And this is the people that are stealing my work from me. This is exactly. Anyway, I feel like Forrest Gump again. Anyway, so that's basic research. Believe it or not, there is still no system in place, though Mother Nature knows I tried, through the NIH, NSF, FDA, UC Regents, the scientific journal where Agaron's half-stolen, half-falsified work was published, even the National Academies of Science, until finally resorting to a legal remedy for preventing pharmaceutical companies from behaving this way with non-patentable basic research work published in the scientific literature. And contrary to the faulty premise of this book, that scientific publications are of little value to anybody but academic scientists, such publications, even if presenting only basic research and nothing patentable yet, can be extremely valuable and sought after, especially to a budding startup company, because they can add scientific prestige and even a big stock boost with the proper media attention. So what they said was, for the polymerase beta, when they announced the polymerase beta, the stock didn't go up 10 times. So therefore I wasn't damaged, or they didn't benefit from it. They didn't benefit from stealing my work. They didn't benefit from a publication in Cell, people. I mean, scientists out there tell me, the argument during the lawsuit was Agron didn't have any benefits from stealing my work, but from getting a publication in Cell. No benefits whatsoever to a budding, it's just so stupid. Anyway, and I wasn't damaged from it at all, despite the fact that we had to redo everything, and our paper almost didn't get published, and we got hit by Stites in a comment saying that my work was made up, that I had to answer in Science. Go look it up. He said some shit, and he's just full of shit, and he, big blowhard piece of shit. Sorry he's dead, but I don't care. Bye. I only realized recently that he died, but anyway, so I can't say anything bad about piece of shit. The reason the beginning and the end of this book stand out apart from the rest, as another reviewer notes, the other guy noted this, is because these are the parts that were probably written mostly by Agron attorneys. As is evident from the fact that most of the writing in these parts seems to be just a regurgitation of 7 years worth of Karl Rove type press releases that Agron issued against me during the course of this lawsuit, many of them hinting that I was not a very good scientist and that my main motivation in the lawsuit was just Sour Grape's attempt to get money and attention, right? This is a quote from the book. Without a major publication under her belt, Pelletier was simply a vulnerable and mostly unknown postdoctoral researcher with little academic credit to invest in her own defense, page 195. As a young postdoctoral researcher, the scientific project involved in this lawsuit, the beta polymerase, was supposed to be Dr. Pelletier's ticket to scientific success. That's in the introduction. Okay, it is not like Miss McSherry was unaware. She was fully aware that my 1992 PhD thesis from USD, which was unrelated to the work involved in the lawsuit and was completed 2 years before I finally sued Agron in 1994, after months of attempted negotiations with them to be reasonable and not publish this work that they stole from me. 2 years before I became an apparently unknown postdoctoral research with little scientific academic credit and no major publication to her name. Okay, for the record, which you are not going to get an accurate account of in this book, my PhD thesis was published as a major research article in the top scientific journal in the country, Science, soon thereafter became the second most cited paper in chemistry for its time period, and was featured as a cover story for Chemical and Engineering News in February 1993. Landed several invited lectures for me around the world, including France, Germany, Italy, and China, and is to this day still featured in all my major biochemistry textbooks. Yes, Corinne McSherry was fully aware of my scientific accomplishments at the writing of this book, and was also, unfortunately jealous, Yes, Corinne McSherry was fully aware of my scientific accomplishments at the writing of this book, as was the unfortunately jealous subset from my laboratory, whom she hung out with, and who, at the behest of Agron Pharmaceuticals, plotted and eventually succeeded at stealing my subsequent postdoctoral research work in 1992 and 1993, and handing it over to Agron Pharmaceuticals for immediate publication. Who Owns Academic Work was published, not so coincidentally, in the fall of 2000, just weeks before an unprecedented and completely unfounded decision was handed down from the California Appeals Court on my case, where a well-deserved $200,000 monetary award against Agron Pharmaceuticals that was granted to me by 12 out of 12 jurors after a 2-week trial was reduced to $1, despite every other aspect of the decisions of the jurors being upheld. Why? Because the court ruled they were not sure who owns academic work. They were quoting the book. Apparently, the academic work that Agron scientists stole from an academic laboratory and published as their own was, in effect, really owned by the public anyway, right? In other words, Agron. And the court, against the better judgment of 12 of my peers, could find no damage done to me nor to my career that justified such a monetary award. Go read the appeal. It's just fucking crazy, you guys. I mean, since law school, I'm really pissed now. In other words, a young and talented academic female scientist's non-patentable basic research work is easy pickings and can be taken at will prior to publication by any pharmaceutical company and published as its own, as they saw fit. And heaven forfend that the young scientist have any recourse for this base and inexcusable action, lest the entire academic world suffer earth-shattering consequences. That's what she said, as McSherry laughingly calls it. It's like, it's so fucking gay Nazi piece of shit, Karl Rove, and his lover boy, what's his name, Dickless Cheney. Those two lovers were the best. And I wrote in the 9/11 website, that's also up here at YouTube, that they were gay lovers, just as bad as Hitler and Goebbels. Anyway, in fact, if you read between the lines carefully enough from both the book and the court decision, and even the reviews of the book, you could almost swear any such well-deserved decision against any U.S. pharmaceutical company might pose as a threat to national security. Laugh out loud. So that was a bit much. I should take the laugh out loud down. But it's just like, that's what it is. That's what Karl wrote. That's what they do. That's what they're doing right now. Everything is a threat to national security. You know, oh my God, Elon Musk is trying to straighten Twitter out so that they're not a bunch of fucking assholes, a bunch of gay Nazi assholes like, what's his name? Dorsey is a gay Nazi asshole. Right now they're trying to paint it like it was people under him doing this. It was him doing it. He's gay and he's a Nazi asshole. Like like all the media swamp stocks. Twitter would be in the toilet by now, but Elon jumped in and he's going to save him. But they're saying that it's a threat to national security, what Elon is doing. Free speech is a threat to national security. So anyway, she won all sorts of awards and at Harvard, and oh my God, it's all a big deal, and it's just all bullshit. So maybe when I said I need to delve into patent law, that was the one thing I didn't take. I took administrative. I should have taken patent law. I didn't even think about this. Remember before I was talking about, I need to go into patent law and do something on that because of Microsoft and this big garbage, but I think I need to do something maybe in this area as well, just to counter this garbage, because that's wrong. I mean, you can't use patent law to protect fabricated work. This can't be going on, people. Anyway, maybe I'll do that. Thank you. Okay, bye. Let's go back to my thing. I don't care how long this goes. Who cares? Big deal. Anyway, so that's that. Okay. Yeah, I posted that in like 2005, I think it was. And then I reposted it in 2007. I think they took it down or something, and I just put it back up. And then it stayed since, but that's why it's 2007. But I've been arguing this shit a long time. So anyway. Defendant. All right, so here we go. All right. These experiences, along with plaintiff's educational background, wait. Despite Herculean efforts by plaintiff to force Pfizer to either produce the raw data, okay, and that included contacting all those agencies and everything and whatever, and it's still in the literature right now to this day. Okay, despite I have all the evidence, all they have to do is produce the data. Now they're going to say, now it can't be patented protected, but they'll say, we lost the data or whatever it is. It's just not reproducible. It should be just taken out of the literature, people. Just do it for the sake of me. Do me a favor. Let me die a happy old person. These experiences, along with plaintiff's educational background, actually, that'll be the marking. I'll tell you when we've reached inevitable sustained world peace. We're on our way right now. I think we're on the other side of this battle. But I'll tell you when we've reached it. No, we won't reach it until the family court is down. Never mind. Family court's got to go. That's the one. I was going to say when that work is finally removed from literature. These experiences, along with plaintiff's educational background, have put plaintiff in the best position possible to expose the fraud she calls fake pandemic holocaust, since it is very easy for plaintiff to believe something like this is not only possible, but it is highly likely, given the immunity the United States Congress and presumably many other legislative bodies around the world has granted the pharmaceutical industry from lawsuits and other forms of public scrutiny and oversight. It's true. Would you have taken the vaccine? Anybody who took the vaccine out there, would you have taken it if you knew that Pfizer could not be sued for any damages they did to you? Because any kind of negligent damages, negligent They can't, because Congress has passed a law protecting them from this, for vaccines, because it's such an emergency. Because Pfizer said, well, if we're going to be sued, we're not going to make the vaccines. And then Congress said, oh, it's very important that you make the vaccines. So we're going to protect you from making the vaccines not bad for people. It's so stupid, you guys. It's so swampy. It's okay. It doesn't matter, because everywhere you turn, every industry, everywhere you turn, everywhere in the world is like this right now. It's all very swampy, and Trump is going to... It's going to eventually drain with or without Trump, but I just hope it goes with Trump, because it sounds like it's going to be a lot smoother landing when it's done with him, because he understands all this stuff. He was reading me a long time ago. Defendant Eric Garcetti. Okay, here we go. Presumably. So, scrutiny and oversight. So 19. Now we got to go through the defendants. Defendant Eric Garcetti is the mayor of Los Angeles, California, and is responsible for issuing and enforcing all the emergency COVID-19 related orders in Los Angeles City since early 2020. Defendant Mike Fuhrer is the city attorney for Los Angeles, California, and is responsible for enforcing Los Angeles City laws and orders, including all of Mayor Garcetti's COVID-19 related emergency orders. Defendant Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors has a unique role of serving as both the executive and legislative branch of Los Angeles County's governing body, and is responsible for issuing and enforcing all the emergency COVID-19 related orders in Los Angeles County since early 2020. Defendant George Gascon, he actually, while I was in jail in San Francisco, became the district attorney of San Francisco, and at the time, I don't know why I trusted him. I thought he was great for some reason, and I still do. So that happens sometimes, where it doesn't matter if I don't know why I get that. He could be the biggest slime on the planet. But when he was up in San Francisco, and all of a sudden he replaced Kamala Harris, big piece of tobacco garbage up there in San Francisco. Maybe I was just happy anybody, but Kamala came in. But when he came in, I was very happy, and I liked him, and I trusted him. And now he's down here for some reason, and I like him here. But that doesn't mean you're not going to be sued, because that's what you are. I just like him. So I like George. Gascon. I'm not sure. It sounded French. I thought he was French, but I think he's Hispanic. It doesn't matter. I like him. I don't know him, and I never saw him speak. Oh, I did see him speak. This is why. I saw him speak to see if he was gay or not, and he's not gay, but I said, what is that accent? And it turns out he is Hispanic. Anyway, defendant Gavin Newsom is the governor of California and is responsible for issuing and enforcing all emergency COVID-19 related orders in the state of California since early 2020. By the way, Gascon had they were trying to petition to get rid of him, and I think that was the Nazis doing that. Just to let you know. I think the gay Nazi assholes were trying to get him out on petition, because he's a good guy. I think he's a good guy. Just like, I mean, I think when that happened, I said, oh, that's like Trump. That made him even better in my view. It makes him even better in my view that the gay Nazi assholes are trying to get him out of office. Defendant Rob Bonta is the attorney general, and getting Governor Newsom out does not make him a good guy. He's a fucking asshole. I was in San Francisco at the time when he was doing the gay marriage thing. I thought that was great. I thought he would rise up, but since then he's turned into a piece of shit. Get out of my face. Piece of shit. Defendant Rob Bonta is the Attorney General for the state of California and is responsible for enforcing California state laws and orders, including all of Governor Newsom's COVID-19 related emergency orders. The legal context. In a pro se constitutional challenge, the burden of proof is on the government, not plaintiff, to explain why the challenged law or laws should not be struck down as a violation of the United States Constitution. The level of scrutiny applied by the court is up for debate, but the burden of explanation is always on the government. And plaintiff has no citation here. She just learned this in law school and is confused why she is the one who must provide the citation to establish this inherently logical legal concept, as if it is up to the customer to do the job of the store director and explain to the store director how the store is supposed to be run. Okay, I don't care if people say, well, that's the way it's done in America. Well, suck a dick. It's not the way it should be run. Okay? If plaintiff can get the court... I am a pro se person here. I shouldn't have to list any of this, actually, to be honest. If plaintiff can get the court to agree with this one simple, well-established legal concept in United States jurisprudence, and if within days of filing this complaint, plaintiff can get the court to serve this complaint on the 6 defendants listed, or any other defendants the court finds more appropriate, since it is not up to plaintiff to be an expert on retail management, exactly as is, without any pushback or hassles from the court on behalf of defendants concerning false notions of standing, and if plaintiff can get the court to request an official public answer to this complaint in a timely fashion from defendants, so that all citizens can see what defendants have to say on this important issue in an official capacity and in a venue that has been designated to elicit facts and truth under the watchful eye of Lady Justice. That's the whole purpose of this. At least more than the media has the will or the power to do. The court will have come a long way toward helping us get to inevitable sustained world peace since the 49 original complaints plaintiff filed in this matter in 2020, and plaintiff will feel satisfied. Oh, you know what? Letitia, the one who's suing Trump right now, she did respond at some point. And then I lost it. It was in paper. They didn't put it in, or did they? I think it was mailed to my Oregon address, and I'm never there. I was a truck driver at the time, and by the time I don't remember what happened. But somebody on the other side finally did find something, and I think in Arizona they may have as well. And that was that was great. I should have pursued New York. Sorry, Trump. Sorry about that, Trump. If you're the one who got it pushed in New York and I just dropped the ball, I'm really sorry. It seemed like it was going places in New York. But at the time, while this was happening, New York was, I was still doing, anyway, I was fired from my job. I was running to Florida. I was just trying to live at the time. Okay, I couldn't be doing any of this stuff. So when you're worried about where your next meal is coming from and that kind of stuff, you don't have time to be answering Letitia, what's her name, from New York. I mean, seriously. But what I did, though, I did this, though. I didn't answer anybody at that point because I was still running all the other 49. It was a lot of lawsuits, but what I did, I just wanted to make sure there was an appeal filed. I filed an appeal, and I needed answers from at least every district, every circuit court, under court. And I got that. So on January 29th or 30th, I just sat there. It was just like sitting here on Thanksgiving. I said, I am not leaving this truck stop. What was it called? It was up there in Alabama. Oh my God. Where's the name of that truck stop? Anyway, I sat there for 3 days without sleeping, I swear, and said, I'm not leaving this truck stop, because they had plugs there and I could plug in and I could take a shower there. While I was looking for work at the Walmart, or I think I was off work for 3 days, or just before I was ready to start work. January, yeah, I didn't get the job yet. The job started in February or something. And I said, I need to get this done. And I just filed, that was a huge undertaking. I filed the appeal. I finished writing the appeal. I finished printing out the appeal and all that stuff. And then you have to mail it in the thing was I didn't have to mail that one in. I think that one could be done by online finally, or something like that. Anyway, that was a huge undertaking. But I did all that when I was in Alabama at that one truck stop. I remember that. I didn't sleep for like 3 days, but I got it done. It feels like this right now. I feel very tired, but it's already 6:45. Oh, it's morning. Oh, I should have been up. I should have seen the sun come up. I'm at the 24-hour fitness, but I'm in the underground parking. Not underground, but it's underneath parking. It's like covered parking. You could see the sun a little bit in the background. I would have seen that if I parked upstairs, where it would have been nice to see the sunrise, huh? But it's okay. Actually, it's the music of the night. It's still night. I haven't gone to sleep. I'm going to finish this. I don't care if it's 10 hours long. I don't give a damn. So here we go. But I finished this. But if I can get the court to agree with this, okay. Why am I saying this? Plaintiff get the court to request special public answer to this complaint. I'm just saying there was one answer out there, and I didn't get to it. I actually have to go read it and look at it. But at least I got one answer. But that's what it should have been done on all 48, and it would have shown how stupid all this was. And it was dumb. They said, all they said was, but the CDC says this, and the CDC says, it didn't address the issues I was bringing up. It was just typical lawyer bullshit, but at least it showed that they answered, and it was just, they said, well, the CDC says this. And it's like, you can't, I said in my complaint, you can't trust the CDC. I want the scientific, you have to answer the papers that I cited. The CDC doesn't answer those papers. They don't talk to them about them at all. The CDC doesn't cite any of that shit. They're just like pulling shit out of their ass. What is the CDC? If the CDC told you to jump off a building, you would do that? Anyway, it's stupid. Okay. Another area the court needs improvement is in the notion that there is no equality clause in the original Constitution, when in fact there are 4 equality clauses. There are 2 no titles of nobility clauses. One is applied to the federal government at Article blah, 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 and one is applied to the states at Article clause whatever, blah, blah, which dictate that the government will not treat any citizen better than another for arbitrary reasons. And there are 2 no bills of attainder clauses. One is applied to the federal government here and one applied to the states here, which dictate that the government will not treat any citizen worse than any other citizen for arbitrary reasons. So there are the clauses. Plaintiff is, correctly, though this should not be a requirement for pro se constitutional challenges, filing a portion of this constitutional challenge under the claim that testing and vaccine mandates violate the equality clause that prohibits state and local governments from treating a citizen worse than other citizens for arbitrary reasons. That is the equality clause. The following legal analysis of bills of attainder come from Cornell University's Legal Information Institute, which I think modified that lawsuit that I was talking about yesterday. So you got to watch out. I mean, I get a lot of, they're great and they give a lot of legal information, but you can't trust Cornell University anymore because they took down a lawsuit. It was the loan, what's that called? Pollock versus something loan and trust. The third best written opinion, and you can't get the actual opinion here anymore. I think they've altered it, so it's not the same one at Cornell. But here's what we get. Bills of attainder are such special acts of the legislature as inflict capital punishments upon persons supposed to be guilty of high offenses, such as treason and felony, without any conviction in the ordinary course of the judicial proceedings. If an act inflicts a milder degree of punishment than death, it is called a bill of pains and penalties. In such cases, the legislature assumes judicial magistracy, pronouncing upon the guilt of the party without any of the common forms and guards of trial, and satisfying itself with proofs when such proofs are within its reach, whether they are conformable to the rules of evidence or not. In short, in all such cases, the legislature exercises the highest power of sovereignty, and what may be properly deemed an irresponsible despotic discretion, being governed solely by what it deems political necessity or expediency, and too often under the influence of unreasonable fears or unfounded suspicions, fake emergencies. This is Jay's story, as written in Commentaries on the Constitution of the United States from 1833. Okay? These are people who knew shit from Shinola, and they were seeing the gay Nazi assholes trying to do shit already. 1833 was when, oh my God, I think that's when that one fake thing was done by Barron versus Baltimore. It's a fake opinion done by, where did I write that? I wrote that it was all a forgery by an expert that Andrew Jackson hired to be able to copy John Marshall's writing. And he actually sent a letter to John Marshall's nephew in that writing, because John Marshall didn't write anybody, never wrote any of his family. But there is a letter on file from John Marshall to his nephew that was odd, they say, the historians say. Well, that wasn't from John Marshall. That was from this guy practicing forging John Marshall's writing so that he could write the Barron versus Baltimore. Andrew Jackson did all this shit. Piece of shit. Another piece of shit. Gay Nazi asshole. The phrase bill of attainder, as used in this clause and in clause 1 of section 10, applies to this is still quoted, applies to bills of pains and penalties as well as to traditional bills of attainder. Okay, he's saying in the Constitution, this applies to everything. Bills of attainder as well as bills of pains and everything. This is Cummings versus Missouri, U.S., blah, blah, blah. United States versus Brown, blah, blah, blah. See, he has citations. The prohibition embodied in this clause is not to be narrowly construed in the context of traditional forms, but is to be interpreted in accordance with the designs of the framers so as to preclude trial by legislature, which would violate the separations of powers. The United States versus Brown. 4 dissenting justices, however, denied that any separation of powers concept underlay the clause. So there were dissenters, but nope, that's a majority. The clause thus prohibits all legislative acts, no matter what their form, that apply either to named individuals or to easily ascertainable members of a group in such a way as to inflict punishment on them without judicial trial. United States versus Levitt. There you go. Mandates that target, separate out, and punish a group of citizens for not being tested or vaccinated for COVID-19 are arbitrary because they are separating out and punishing citizens that are not participating in the kickback scams defendants have concocted with vaccine makers and test suppliers. If the goal is to determine which citizens are most likely to spread COVID-19, which itself is an unconstitutional government goal, because there is no right of citizens to be protected from natural causes, including viruses people carry around daily, results of an antibody test and no other information would be needed or should be required. So they're not even, if they're stating the goal is to find out who has COVID-19 to prevent it from spreading, then you do an antibody test on them, because the antibody test will say if they've had it before, and if they've had it, they won't spread it. Okay, and it gets us to what's called natural immunity, which is the best, and it also gets us to herd immunity, which happens at very low, like at 50%. But Fauci doesn't know shit from Shinola, and I attack him in my other lawsuits about anything about that. He doesn't know anything, or he pretends to be stupid, and he talks out of both sides of his ass so that he could say he said one thing when he contradicts himself, and whatever. He's been there a long time, so he knows what he's doing. He has been in as the head of an administrative agency, which is a fake government, longer than anybody in history, including the guy who invented all of this shit is J. Edgar Hoover, the gay asshole. I don't want to call him an asshole. I don't know why. He's another one of these guys who I should be calling an asshole, but he's also the one who. Anyway, he's the one who created the FBI and ran it for like 50 years and ran the country for 50 years. But I don't know why I'm shying away from calling him an asshole. I read some other shit and I did some shit and I saw some of his writings and I said, oh, he's not an asshole. But he's definitely very swamp-like, so it's hard for me to. And he definitely ordered the murder of Kennedy. Anyway, whatever. Protected from natural causes, and there was one shooter, and he came in afterwards. This is how gays work, by the way. They like doing Easter eggs. They like the drama. I already mentioned this. I'm sorry. He came in afterwards. I think I mentioned this in another video. It's not in writing. Okay, so forget it. Forget that story. Mandates target, separate out, and punish a group of citizens for not being tested or vaccinated. Vaccines and no other information. Okay. Finally, the court errs in requiring only the lowest standard, the rational basis standard, for laws violating any of the equality clauses. Protection of equality rights. Just so you know, if you go to law school, you learn constitutional law. They'll say, oh, if you try to file something under a claim of equality, under the 14th Amendment, supposedly, even though I already showed you that the actual original Constitution does have equality clauses. I already covered this in the last video. But if you file that, it's very difficult to get the law overturned, because the equality clause is, according to the Supreme Court and according to precedents, is considered a very low standard. Like, you could violate people's equality rights all you want, and they don't give a flying fuck. And that's the Nazis doing that, because the framers put it in the original Constitution. It was the first privilege right listed before the Bill of Rights was even created. Because if you follow that right, you don't really even need the other Bill of Rights too much, because the equality, well, maybe you do. You still do. I'm still not giving up the Bill of Rights, folks. Gorsuch, I'm not giving up the Bill of Rights. I'm sorry. I think we still need them, because they're fundamental laws, and it's just important to write them down. But the court errs in using the lowest standard, meaning the rational basis standard, for laws violating any of the equality clauses. Protection of equality rights, which the framers considered even more important than the personal rights listed in the Bill of Rights, since equality rights were incorporated into the original 7 articles, is of utmost importance, because the most critical step of every Holocaust, including the Jewish Holocaust and the current fake pandemic Holocaust, which will no doubt far surpass the Jewish Holocaust in worldwide starvation deaths, is to violate equality clauses by separating out and punishing a distinct group of people for arbitrary, usually political reasons. The only difference between Adolf Hitler and defendants is that Hitler acted more democratically, because he at least got permission from his legislature to violate the German equivalent of the No Bills of Attainder clause. Defendants, in contrast, are behaving even more despotic than Hitler by passing this step entirely in their fascist false emergency orders. And for anybody balking at the comparisons of closeted gay Adolf Hitler and closeted gay Joseph Goebbels, with the current closeted gay men listed above running the current fake pandemic holocaust, go take your swastika and shove it. Yes, this is in the lawsuit, and I'm very proud of it, and I'm not taking that out. Okay, this is what we're going to do, by the way. We're going to go to YouTube and see if there's still a Merry Christmas. It's the one I used to know. I loved her whole album. Okay, let's go seen and unseen. CNN's excitement. Okay, Kelly, let's see what's up, Boo Bear. Not Boo Bear, my daughter's Boo Bear. Baby girl. All right, let's do this. Hello. Hello. So we're going to write fake pandemic holocaust. Fake pandemic holocaust. Let's see how long that stays up. Actually, that's my least favorite of her songs. Why do you guys have that one up? It's like... Anyway. Alright, I just want to see how long this stays up before they take it down. It won't be long. I promise. There it goes. Okay, so it took them 10 seconds. So I can't write in a comment at YouTube, fake pandemic holocaust. I can't write COVID-19 either, I think. Anyway, when that stops happening is when the stock price for Google will stop tanking. All right. This is a swamp stock tutorial, so let's talk about the swamp stocks a little better. No, not Google Maps. Google stock. Oh, they're on the rise, people. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Alphabet stock is having a horrible 7-day stretch. And then all of a sudden, they're like, okay, so it's very important that they do well, but let's not... What the hell happened here? Past 5 days? What are they doing in 1 day? So the past 5 days have been horrible, and then all of a sudden it's up? Oh, okay, so you have to look at the max to see, like you're going, okay, so this, if you look at this, you'll see what's going on. They're going up a lot, but they're going to hit a peak right here. Okay, so they're fine. It looks like, oh my God, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. Look at that. They're going up today. They're up 6%. Look how wrong that Pelletier is. It's very important to prove me wrong, by the way. But it's just to be expected right now. They're going to tank real soon. They're going to tank tomorrow probably. But what they're doing is called a short squeeze. So many people have shorted Google. They're going to get their asses sued off. They're going to be paying lawsuits for the next until they go out of business. Right at this point, fucking assholes. You know, because right now we're attacking what? We're going through Twitter, but YouTube is going to do it. Facebook, all this shit is coming up next, and they're going to get sued. And now Congress, of course, they're all swamp assholes. Let me tell you this. There's swamp assholes at Congress. So, and the news. Fox News even. Fox News is all excited about this, but Fox is going out of business too. They're all the same. They're all saying, oh, well, there's nothing we could do except maybe vote them out of office, and we're going to drag them before Congress. No, I already listed what you could do. You could sue them. And this is going to happen under Trump, by the way. You could sue him. I think you could sue him personally. But the Attorney General is going to sue them under RICO, which is you could sue people under fraud. And this is all fraud. You sign a contract with them that says this, that, and the other. And the contract says we're going to behave like this. And it's implied in the contract. It could be written in the contract. It doesn't matter. It's implied that they're not going to be fucking assholes deleting your account for being paid by other people. So what happens is they're saying, they're trying to, right now, Elon is a part of this. By the way, he might be pretty swampy. He's trying to run the narrative a little bit by saying it was the government coming and paying Twitter to do these certain things. No, yeah, they did, maybe. But it was the pharmaceuticals, it was companies that did this too. Pfizer has paid probably way more than the government to silence people, and that is another corporation. You could sue them. You can't sue they're saying you can't sue the government. Yeah, you can sue the government. In the future, you'll be able to, but you could sue Pfizer. You could sue all these companies. So that's what's going on with That's what's going on with freaking Elon Musk. So he is swampy. That's very disappointing. Because because what's going on is Twitter did not get money from advertisers. That's not where they got most of their money. Twitter got most of their money from other corporations telling them to silence certain people and run a certain narrative. That wasn't paid by the government. Or the government came in and did that, yeah, but they didn't have the money to do that as much as Pfizer did. Right now, you think the government is paying Alphabet Class? You think the government is paying YouTube to take down my comment when I say fake pandemic Holocaust? You think that money that pays the people to do that is coming from the government? No, it's coming from Pfizer. And because of that, it's fraud. Because I signed a contract with YouTube that says I could do this stuff and I could put in all my time and hard work, and you won't cancel me, and you won't shut me up, and you won't do this shit. And that's part of the contract, of course, and you won't get paid from other companies to attack me. That's fraud. That's fraud in the contract. And fraud is actually it's a tort that is punishable with punitive damages. So they could award me $1 if they want, but in punitive damages it can go up to billions of dollars, and that's just me. So this is where, so right now in the news, you guys don't believe any of the news. Don't believe Fox. Don't believe any of them. They're all going out of business because they're all, oh, well, we can't do anything about Fauci. Oh, darn. We'll just have to vote him out of office. Or oh, we can't do anything. Look at the government. We're just going to have to vote him out of office in 2024. There can't be any lawsuits. Listen to them saying there can't be any lawsuits. There could be the biggest lawsuits. They're all going to come. It's just the media. The media swamp is all a part of this. They're all protecting their own asses. Yeah, all of you. All the media, Fox included. Every one of these guys are going to get their fucking asses sued off for being in cahoots with pharmaceutical companies and with the defense contractors and with all the swamps I'm telling you about. These are companies. And when you're in cahoots with them, when one company is in cahoots with another company to commit a crime or a tort, you could do either one. You could sue them under RICO, which is actually what's that called? Racketeering. It's an anti-racketeering law. It's used to take down mafia stuff. But this is just like mafia stuff. And when two companies collude to do that under fraud, you could sue them, and the government can sue them, and they can go down criminally or they can go down in civil. But in the civil cases are coming. You can't avoid it. It is fraud. Google has it. There's plenty of proof out there. Google's doing it. Facebook is doing it. And all the media companies are doing it. They're all going to get their asses sued off. Properly. Probably when Trump... I'm probably getting ahead of the game. That's why I can't get anywhere with this stuff. But I've already mentioned this on Twitter, by the way. I've already laid out the roadmap. You could sue them under fraud, and you could sue them under breach of contract. You know, when they like, I already sued. I have the lawsuit. Twitter, where is it? No, it's on Twitter. It was Young versus Twitter in 2014. 2015, Young versus Twitter. That's in the San Francisco Superior Court. And they, of course, you know, and guess who defended it? It was that one slimy, what are they called? It's that one slimy Democratic, what the hell? Oh my God, I have so many great lawsuits out there. I do feel like Forrest Gump. Anyway, look it up. But when they have a big day like this, what they're doing is called, when Google has a big day like this, let's see what the Dow, I'm sorry, I got to do this real fast. Let's see what the Dow, oh yeah, it's up, but let me see. Just real fast, sorry guys. It is the swamp stock tutorial, but they're all going out of business because of the lawsuits I just told you about. Pfizer's going to go out. Or what's that called? Spin off and go out. MO. Look at that. They're already tanking. Remember I told you anytime Pfizer's up, Altria is down, and it seems to be happening recently. Like all the money that's going, they're dying so bad. So I also go through and I do Disney stock. Let's just do it real fast. Disney is up. Oh, they're going to start tanking. Okay. From Disney to Target to Boeing, retirement is a thing of the past for CEOs. Walt Disney Company. Golden Globes, 17. Golden Globes is all tobacco swamp. All right, so let's just see. But Google is up high, but that's because they're about ready to tank. Don't worry about it, everybody. Just I promised I wouldn't look at them. Move You I liked better, Baby Girl, but I still like Medicine and Love So Soft and other. Okay, let's get out of here. I just wanted to see if Google was still under the power, was still being paid I wanted to see if YouTube was still being paid by Pfizer to shut me up, and which is illegal. It's fraudulent, and in a class action lawsuit later, somebody's going to get millions, but it's not me. Because the people who are going to sue are whistleblowers who are doing this. The person right now who's responsible for taking down my comment that says fake pandemic Holocaust, the person who wrote that algorithm is going to be he's a gay Nazi asshole. And he's making a lot of money right now doing this for Pfizer. And then when it comes time to suing Pfizer, he's going to be the whistleblower who makes millions of dollars from the lawyers. So he's going to get money coming and going. So that's what's going on with all the companies, all the media swamps. Okay, I'm not going to see a penny of it. None of the real victims are, and that's just the way it's going to be on the road to inevitable sustained world peace. Just keep in mind we're on our way there. Focus on your family. Don't worry about it if you don't want to be a part of it. But if you want to be involved, it's really fun being involved. But if you don't, go take care of your family, and we're going to get there eventually. And vote Trump or don't bash him. If you could just stand to not bash Trump, then we'll be doing okay. Anyway, go stick it. All right, defendants. I already did this. Defendants. Facts. Oh, here come the facts. These are important. How long is this? It's not that long. Oh, it's actually only 6. I'm almost to the end, people. I promise. Okay, so facts. Facts. The facts in my anti-mask lawsuits are much better. I mean, if you want to, the whole purpose of those lawsuits was to educate anybody reading them. Either like attorney general, like politicians and court and judges and things like that, what's going on with the science and what to look for and what to ask for and what's going on. Anyway, those facts are really good. They're scientific, and I explain very easily to lay people what's going on with the pandemic there. Okay, but facts. Defendants claim that COVID-19 has caused a pandemic, allowing defendants to issue COVID-19 related face masks, social distancing, testing, and vaccine orders as emergency declarations. COVID-19 has never been established as a pandemic with publicly available mortality data. That is a fact. See, the thing about facts is you present them to the court, and then you have somebody present evidence to the contrary. And there's no evidence to the contrary of any of this stuff. These are facts. So try to dispute my facts. My facts are usually freaking airtight. The 2020 California mortality data that defendants finally made publicly available in October of 2021 show that COVID-19 is less deadly than the flu, and that defendants have been fraudulently manipulating 2020 California death mortality statistics to make previously unreported deaths from large ethnic populations, especially many new deaths from rapidly growing Alzheimer's disease problem, look like excess deaths from COVID-19. Attachment 2, which I'm reading later tonight. Okay? And that will get me canceled for sure, if not this one. In addition to explaining the odd phenomena plaintiff reported in Attachment 2 that exposed obvious patterns of data manipulation and death statistics, defendants are asked by plaintiff to explain a questionable practice observed only with California death statistics, where the deaths reported for several diseases like pneumonia and flu versus chronic liver respiratory disease, chronic lower respiratory disease. Okay, these are separate, but they're not. Chronic lower are kind of related. Alzheimer's disease and stroke overlap and have nearly the exact same death counts reported every month for years at a time. Okay, so you could say Alzheimer's and stroke are related and lower respiratory, but why are they reporting the exact same? It's like they took it and they split it in half or something. Explain. It's just a phenomenon that I noticed that only happens with the California statistics. And you can get all these statistics. Anybody can go to data at the CHS. The government does great in collecting the statistics. And the California Department of Health and Human Services data portal too. That's where I got this data from. But the thing that I did different from everybody else is I didn't list the data every day. I just listed it according to every 6 months or every year. No, every 6 months or something. And when you get the data that way, it's sort of like the difference between looking at the stock prices in one day versus looking at the stock prices. This is my wheelhouse. I look at them in this way, and you start to see patterns, and you start to see stuff that really shows. Okay, even if they're related, it shows data manipulation. Obviously, it's obvious that the politicians. And another thing you notice, anyway, I'm not going to go over this here. I'm just saying that there's some weird phenomenon from the data that fall out from the data that you actually get. You go to the tables, I have them all, and then you print them in a map, and these are the maps you get, and you go, why the hell is pneumonia, flu, and why is pneumonia and chronic lung disease, chronic lung disease, why do they have the exact same numbers reported, the exact same months every year, but they're counted? But they're counted. It's the exact same numbers, but they're counted in the total deaths. Are they? It looks like they're double counting some numbers to me, or it just needs to be explained. But the total deaths use up all these. Like if you count up the total deaths, maybe they don't. I have to go through this again. But it would, they count them like this. But when you say what are the total deaths that year, the total deaths count both pneumonia and the lower disease as the total deaths. Or they don't. Yes, they do. They count both of these as the lower deaths. So the total will count both of these, but they report almost the exact same number, and only during certain times. And then they split, like right here or right at certain times it splits up. So it's just a counting thing. I just want them to explain this, or I find my people. This is why I want somebody to review this stuff, because it statistically looks like there's funny business going on, but you need to explain that to people. Like you need to explain to the public what the hell statistics are going on here. Like what are you doing with the stats to these deaths that are so funny? Why are you? It looks like they're manipulating the deaths to be whatever's convenient for them for that year. You know, because it's always the and it goes up and down. Always the most number of deaths are reported in either December or January of the whole year. And they're saying, oh, it's the cold. And it's like the cold doesn't. They're saying, oh, the cold causes heart attacks. That's why all the heart attacks are highest then. And the colds and the flus. December of every year and January of every year always consistently report the highest number of deaths. And there's no reason for that. Because there's no heart attacks from cold in California, by the way. So why are there more deaths? It's because they manipulate the time of death to make it either one year or the other year. So when that's why it takes them a year and a half to get these statistics out. By the way, I wanted the statistics right away, and they waited and waited and waited. It took I was trying to get 2020 statistics, remember, and it was October of 2021 before they finally published them. It's because they're manipulating the freaking data. And my whole face mask lawsuit was saying I want the county by county data now, and you don't need to send it. You don't need to wait until it's sent up to the California people and then they manipulate it and then they come out with a nice thing of death statistics. You need to give me the county data now, is what I was asking, because that's what you needed was the hospital by hospital deaths. But they don't want that because that shows that because they can't manipulate that way. This data has been manipulated and worked up in a way, and that's why I can't. That's why they ignored my lawsuits. I couldn't get this data. Okay. Anyway, since 1934, and here's another thing. Let me tell you. Since 1934, when W.F. Wells provided initial evidence that viruses and bacteria, this is still a fact, could not be spread through the air by infected people simply breathing in and out without coughing or sneezing. It's called Airborne Infectious Study 2 Droplets, and this citation, and this is constantly cited, this is a funny thing, by scientists as proving that you could spread things through the air, when it says just the opposite. He proved the absolute opposite of what they're citing him for. This is the face masks will always cite this as, the virus can live on aerosol and spread hundreds of yards and blah, blah. We need face masks to prevent this and all this. This is what they cite when he says the exact fucking opposite in the paper. Go read the fucking paper and go look at it. Okay, he's saying the exact opposite of what they're saying. And I'm not talking just read the abstract, which everybody, whatever it is. Just read the paper and then go through it. It's just like when I read the Great Dred Scott. This is how I did my science, by the way. Everybody goes, oh, she was favored because, or how did she get so lucky 5 times in a row? It's not lucky. You read the fucking papers, okay? And you actually pay attention. You don't just do what somebody else tells you, and the results are what somebody else tells you, and you ask the question and you go answer it independently. I don't. It's so easy. It's so easy, women out there. It's so easy to do, because the guys do this. They're very lazy. They don't do shit. They don't read shit. Everything is summarized, and everything is spoon-fed to them by gay Nazi assholes. So they don't do any work. In a police investigation, if the police guy is not gay, there's a gay guy next to him feeding him all the information on the investigation. Oh, it was suicide. Don't worry about it. And they do and they just repeat whatever it was and sign off on whatever it is because they're fucking lazy. So it's very easy for women to come in and do all this stuff because women actually do work and they actually do the observations and they do the work. It's just they're not very good at, they can't get past the gay Nazi assholes keeping them down. And by the way, if you hate men, don't hate on the lazy assholes. Well, you could, but hate on the gay Nazi assholes instead of protecting him. Oh, he's gay. Oh my God, gays can do no wrong. Or here's my favorite. Here's my absolute favorite. Oh, I know gays don't like women in general, but they like me. Every single woke woman out there that makes this statement. Oh, gay men, they generally don't like women very much, but they like me. Ask every woke woman what they think about gay men and if they like women or not, and they will say that. And it just makes me want to puke because I thought the same thing, and I've since learned. It took me 10 years to learn it though, so I forgive you, but there's no time to forgive you to wait 10 years to come up to speed. Woke women of the world, I would be patient and let you have the 10 years that I had to figure this out. Being married to a gay man and having him completely run the San Francisco family court system against me. And he actually brought, that Corinne versus McSherry, that who owns academic work, he brought that to the, whatever it is, the special counsel deciding my custody. He brought that to them and said, look at her. She's crazy. Look at this. He actually used the slander that they used to get my kids taken from me. Can you believe this shit? He brought the whole book and gave it to the special master, a fucking lesbian who was sleeping with the lesbian judge. A fucking piece of shit. BITCH. They're all gay, by the way. Everybody there, and I listed in my rights for families. Listed it in the appeal. It's like I listed 40 people and 38 of them were gay or something like that openly, and some of them weren't open, but they are, and you can probably tell them by now on Facebook. Go back and check it. It might be 40 out of 40 by now. I listed them all by name. So how the hell does that happen? Even in San Francisco, which is supposed to be gay, only 10% of the population is gay. How does 100% of the people on my taking my kids away from me, how are they all gay and lesbian? Like, give me a break. Anyway, so he used that book. Why am I going? I'm really going off topic here, but I'm glad I did. 719. Oh my God. Anyway, since 1934, when W.F. Wells, it was a fantastic paper, by the way. It's just as good as in the scientific equivalent of Dred Scott versus Sanford. It's very well written. When W.F. Wells provided initial evidence that viruses and bacteria could not be spread through the fucking air by infected people simply breathing in and out without coughing or sneezing. Okay? Period. He did that in 1934. This was established. Since then, a finding that was further confirmed for COVID-19 in 2020 by the paper I chose, okay, as the best paper up to date. Now, the thing is, all this work, it would take me 2 months to do this work definitively, but it's never done. And we just don't know. It's so that everybody can say we just don't know. It's because Fauci is there making sure this work is not done, so that we just don't know. When they do know, I'm sure the scientists have already done this behind closed doors. They're just not telling anybody, and they're not funding the research to get it done. What needs to be done now? This is a virus, a supposed pandemic. Don't you think the number one priority is to figure out how it spread, and especially when it would take less than a month, less than a couple weeks to do it? Don't you think that would be the number one priority to do this in like February or March of 2020, and yet it still hasn't been done? Okay, that's Fauci right there. That guy belongs in jail. Okay, he knows that he's preventing this work from being done because he controls the purse strings. He gives the money to do this work. And the grant proposal will come in and say, we need to do this research to see how COVID-19 is spread. Oh, no, we have the CDC doing this you should see the papers they cite for that. You should see the paper CDC cite. We're not allowed at some of the top scientific journals from even using those publications. It's like these medical publications and this bullshit. Oh, this guy picked his nose and then he picked his butt and then he said that COVID-19 could be spread through the air and we believe him. And that's pretty much, I swear to God, that is the level of confidence you could have in the papers that the CDC cites for their shit. all right, people, is a fucking circus joke. And if you cite the CDC after now, at any time, or even the FDA, then you're a Nazi or you're a non-gay dumbass moron. It's one of these indicators I was telling you before. If you hear anybody say the CDC says, they're either a gay Nazi asshole or they're a non-gay dumbass moron being controlled by a gay Nazi asshole, period. Okay, and I don't feel sorry for either of you when you get your asses sued off at this point. I've been telling that to freaking Comcast for over a year now. Whatever. I do feel sorry for them in this case because I could see all sides of this, and it's just very frustrating, and I hope they don't get their asses sued off, but I don't see how they're not going to. Okay? There has yet been any legitimate scientific data establishing that COVID-19 or any other virus can be spread through the air by infectious people simply breathing in and out. Wells was first to show that bacteria and virus particles required hydration to survive, and that these particles do not survive very long in aerosol form, where tiny droplets of water containing these particles dry out so quickly that these usually harmful particles are denatured and rendered harmless within milliseconds of being expelled from the body, which means you can't spread it just from talking to somebody, because within milliseconds it's dead. The virus is dead. Unless you have a mask in front of you and you preserve them in liquid form. Okay? So the masks actually preserve the most deadly and lethal form of any kind of virus. Not most deadly. Viruses mutate very quickly to be not deadly, by the way. Just leave them alone. That these usually harmful particles are denatured and rendered harmless within milliseconds of being expelled from the body. This is a concept. So you either have big droplets when you cough and sneeze, and even when you talk, that fall directly next to your toes. They fall to your feet, maybe. Don't lick your shoes, maybe, or don't lick the floor. That's all. But and even then, they dry out very quickly when they're on the floor. But the ones that go in aerosol form that could travel more, aerosol form, those die within milliseconds. If they're so light, if they're not heavy enough to fall to the floor, and they're such small droplets of mist or whatever it is, they dry out so fast that the virus is killed within milliseconds from being denatured. It's just like scrambling an egg and pretending like you could put the egg back in the unscrambled position. It's called being denatured. And a lot of proteins, and especially viruses and big protein macromolecules in your body, about 50% of them are water. If you do X-ray crystallography, about 50% of the actual structure is water. And the crystals are the crystals are 50% water because of all the channels between everything. It's very, very watery. And if the crystals, and this is what I explain here, and they just need, they're almost living things. Well, viruses are half living and half not, but they need water to survive. It's as if you did what is that called when you have the freeze dried or whatever it is. It's as if you freeze dried a person within milliseconds, and then you expect them to come back to life. They're dead and they're gone, and they're not coming back to life just because you add water. Okay, freeze dry a person. That's just like freeze drying a virus particle. Okay, it's not coming back to life, and it's denatured. You're permanently damaged from that. When you take all the water out, you're permanently damaged. Okay, you can't just add water and then it comes back to whatever it was before. It's denatured. It's a scrambled egg at that point, and that's what happens to virus particles in aerosol form. They dry out very quickly. Because if you don't dry out and float away, you're too heavy and you fall straight to the earth within milliseconds as well. That was in this paper, and he was very bright about that. And these harmful, and I explained it in my other paper in detail what has happened since and the explanations and everything. It's a very good paper, excellent. And I hate when people cite other papers, but this is getting very long, so go look at it if you're interested in truth. And you don't have to look at it. It's been submitted to 49 different states, so it's in your state. Just look for Young versus whoever was the Attorney General in your state in 2020. Look for that in your federal court system. What is that called? Pacer, and you'll find it. That lawsuit. Okay, that's all. Just go to your state, not your state courts. The district court in your state, the federal court in your state. Are denatured and rendered harmless within milliseconds. This is a concept that both Rosalind Franklin and plaintiff understood all too well when carrying out their X-ray crystallography research work. with crystals of biological macromolecules. That's my specialty, and that's what Rosalind Franklin. She's the one who got the X-ray photograph of DNA that allowed Francis Crick and these guys to figure out the structure, but they weren't getting anywhere. They had it all wrong until you got the actual experimental data. And the way she got it was she figured out very early on that the biological macromolecules in the crystals were drying out before they can get the X-ray thing. So what she did, this was Rosalind Franklin. People say she should have gotten the included. Of course, she should have the Nobel Prize for figuring out the DNA structure. Of course, she should have. That was so stupid. I think they tried to go back and do it, and they're still doing. Then they did the same thing to me. Okay, I'm discovering more shit on DNA polymerase beta in a couple of papers than Thomas Stites ever did in his entire life. I did more research work in my pinky finger than that asshole, and he's the one who gets the Nobel Prize on. Oh, they finally didn't give it to him on polymerase shit. They finally gave it to him on something else stupid that he didn't even do. They just determined a long time ago that Thomas Stites from politics was going to get from Yale. Stupidest place on earth for science. I don't know why you would go to Yale for science. I don't get any kind of impression of there being any kind of. My daughter is now applying to graduate schools, and she said that somebody told her she's under applying because she's applying to pretty good schools, I thought, but they wanted her to apply to Yale. And I said, are you kidding me? Are there even any chemists there? Like, she's a real chemist. She's not like these biology people pretending to be chemists. She's not like a medical guy who flunked. Who doesn't know shit about Shinola. They don't know anything about chemistry. Any medical person. I taught them at Baylor, I know. They don't know shit about, and they just want to get through it. They'll just cheat on that one. They already said, I took organic chemistry in undergraduate school, and the ones who got the best organic grades will go into medical school, but they don't know shit about anything. Organic chemistry, anything. And yet, so she said, yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't know. She's like looking at she's looking at the professors and the work they're doing, and then she's applying to the school where they are, and there's nobody at Yale really. And I said, yeah, why do you want to apply to Yale? It's just a name thing. And I told her to make her father happy. He's a doctor guy, so those guys are kind of buffoons. They don't know shit about anything. He still thinks the pandemic is real, by the way, and I think he's definitely owned by the pharmaceutical swamp because he's a psychiatrist, so he spends his days writing Ritalin prescriptions for young kids all day, and Adderall for his own child, his own son. I mean, I have that. He's like, anyway, oh God, that's actually illegal what I just said, but so what? As soon as I said that to the court, they took the kids away from me because I wasn't giving him the Adderall that he was prescribing to them. And he doesn't have ADHD. He's well behaved and he has no problems. He's a very bright kid. Just giving him ADHD as a tool to it gives him man boobs, by the way. Adderall gives your boys man boobs. It's very gay Nazi. And smoking it shrivels up their little penis when they're teenagers, and that's what the gays want as well. So if you want little effeminate boys, to go ahead and let them smoke cigarettes and let them take Adderall. This is all pushed by gay Nazi assholes, and that's why cigarettes are called fags, because mostly it's fags smoking them, and it's true. Most male smokers are gay. A majority of male smokers are gay, and I think females too. I'm not sure, but no, it's mostly males, and they're the ones who push the smoking because they don't want big penises. Actually, if a guy has small penises, even a non-gay guy, they don't like the big penises because it hurts during sex when you're trying to do anal sex. It hurts like hell. The big penises of these black guys, especially, and I've seen. If you don't think that's true. Maybe anyway, I've already described why that's true. Oh my God, this is like really bad, but I have a whole concept of the size of the, oh my God, let's not do this one here. But anyway, why did I do this? So Adderall, it's just stupid pharmaceutical bullshit, and I was right at the front line of it forever. I was at the front line of, anyway, even my baby daddy, my ex, even he got out of the child psychiatry business, because even he couldn't take it anymore. All you're doing is prescribing Ritalin and Adderall to kids all the time. And when I talked to his boss once, because he had falsely said that I didn't have custody of the kids anymore when he started pushing Adderall on him, she said, we should put Adderall in the drinking water in San Francisco. That's what the head, her name was Goldblum or something. I think she might have been Jewish even. But this was the head of Kaiser in San Francisco, said we should be dumping Adderall in the water there. The head of psychiatry in San Francisco. Can you believe that? That's what she told me on the phone. I wish I recorded all this shit. Anyway, so going on 732. What was my point? Whatever. Rosalind Franklin understood all too well when carrying out their X-ray crystallography research work with crystals of biological molecules. In fact, Yale. Oh yeah, Yale and biological. Okay, so this was, we're going on, forget it. I hope my daughter doesn't go to Yale. She didn't even apply there. But they said, she said her dad wants her to apply there. And I said, just apply there, you might get in. But, the point was, I said, look, just to be honest with you, I think in about, I'm going to say possibly 5 years, maybe 10 years from now, she's big on environmental stuff. And she's actually pretty woke, and forgiving. That's why I just love her to pieces. But when she's just like me at that age. When I say woke, I mean, she wants to do the environment, and she said she followed the mask mandates to just to not shake the boat and not insult people who like the masks and things like that. And I said, that's what a lot of them do. It's like, well, if you do it just to be considerate to other people who want you to wear masks, it's like, oh my God, I don't want to talk about the science to her, but you're actually spreading the disease more when you wear the mask. But the thing is this, the catch is this, it helps your immunity when you spread diseases like that. I mean, I'm big on the mask mandate for rights reasons, because it's a slippery slope next to the vaccine mandate. But I kind of allow on a social scale. It's like, yeah, go ahead, spread the disease. That's good, because COVID-19, I believe, is safer and better for you than the flu. It actually is kind of a vaccine itself, because you can't have, people say you could have flu and vaccine and COVID at the same time. No, you can't. You don't. It's just bullshit. So, and actually, COVID is a good vaccine, because once you have COVID, it kind of protects you from the flu while you have it and afterwards. So go ahead and get COVID. Spread it all over the place. I think it's very healthy. So I don't mind the mask that way, because they spread COVID everywhere. It's just like, okay, that's fine. More immunity for everybody. But there are people who are seriously need to be protected from it, and then they're not. They just go to Walmart and they're gone. They've got COVID and they're at high risk. All you have to do is go to Walmart and touch anything, because everything there is covered in people's mucus from the face masks. Anybody who works there, like the people bagging the groceries and the checker and everybody. I mean, do the experiment where you light up, you put something on somebody's mask, and then you put something that's infrared or something, and then what is it? The dark stuff that illuminates under, what is that? What is that name? That guy Monk would do that, and just show everywhere, all over a Target or a Walmart or something like that. Just show where everything shows up under the illuminate, that lights up. And the whole store will be when they have masks on. It'll be a lot less when there's no mask mandate. That shit will be a lot less. But once everybody starts wearing the mask, you see it's spread all over the store. It takes one fucking day to do this test. And I proposed it in like March of 2020. I said, shut down a Walmart for one day and have everybody wear a mask for one day, and then go around with the lighting, and then have everybody not wear a mask, the customers and the workers, for one day, and then go around. And that's all you have to fucking do to prove what I've been trying to say, to prove that masks spread the disease more than not. One day. That's all you need. You don't need years and years and years of study to do this. And everybody knows this. Walmart knows, everybody at the upper levels knows this. Fauci, everybody. And they didn't do it because they want the mask stuff to keep going. Okay, so, and that's fine by me. But you want it to spread more? That's good. It's just not fair to the people who are seriously, and I'm talking seriously, at risk for catching the disease, that you don't want them. So that's what happened to my friend Nina. Her mom went to Walmart for the first time after the mask mandates in Arizona, and she's mentioned in my previous lawsuits. I said she was fine and she didn't get COVID-19, and then 1 week after the mask mandates were put in place, she went to Walmart and caught COVID and, got very sick from that. And then you say, well, how do you know she got it from Walmart? Well, she didn't really go anywhere else, and that was the only place she went because everything else is closed. And she had been going to Walmart until then and hadn't caught anything. And all of a sudden, as soon as the mask mandate, it's not a coincidence. I'm saying probably, and that's the reason it's probably. Can't prove it, right? So that's why they do this shit. But you could prove it if you just do the test that I just said. All you have to do is fucking do that one test, and you'll show that it's, I would say, 6 times, maybe 10 times more likely that you're catching it when you have the mask mandates in place. The spread and shit going around through touch, and now they're trying to say, oh, it's not through touch, it's through the air. No, it isn't. It's through touch, 100%. Not through the air unless somebody coughs onto your nose. Or coughs into the mask and spreads it. So it's not through the air at all. It's not through the air. Anyway, in fact, Rosalind Franklin's brilliant method of encapsulating the crystals, the DNA crystals, in an enclosed capillary tube with a hydrating solution to prevent the crystals from drying out, and then you close it with a little piece of wax. It's a little capillary tube, and causing the biological macromolecules. To prevent the crystals from drying out and causing the biological macromolecules to denature, not only allowed the structure of DNA to be determined, but it is still being used to this day as a critical step for data collection in X-ray crystallography laboratories around the world. I used it. I had to do that all the time, and I actually had she's the one who thought of that because she's good at observation. She's a good scientist, as women are. She knew how to get the real data without blowing shit out her butt the way Francis Crick and Watson. They were just blowhards. Okay, they're not that brilliant. I know Francis Crick. Go watch him lecture down at Salk. I mean, give me a break. Big old blowhard, pretty much. To me, I wasn't impressed by him. That's all I'm saying. I nothing against him. I'm sorry. I'm sure he's dead by now, but I couldn't believe when I saw him lecture. I said, there's just another Thomas Stites guy. Like defendants can make it, okay. So that's social distancing orders. What did I say? Oh, that's that one. Okay, so that's the footnote. I footnoted. I wanted to say I'm like Rosalind Franklin, which I like to compare myself to her. Because she was an X-ray crystallographer. I'm so proud of that. It's a great field. The primary method of spread of COVID-19 and many other viruses, including flu, is through contact. That's a fact. And the primary method of spread of COVID-19 and many other viruses and bacteria after face mask mandates were issued is through contact in public areas like grocery stores with contaminated masks. Grocery workers and the public are forced to wear. Fact. Fucking fact. So the thing about the facts is you list them out and then you have the people prove you otherwise. So come and give me the test that shows otherwise, or the logic or anything. And don't tell me CDC says, because you have to cite a paper. You can't say CDC says. When I am publishing a paper in the scientific literature, I can't cite CDC says. I have to cite an actual paper, actual facts. You can't. That's not a citation. And I can't even cite the real top journals like Science and Nature. At least they used to 30 years ago. You can't cite certain journals like medical journals because there's such bullshit. Like the Journal of the American Medical Association, that citation is not even allowed at the top scientific journals because it's not even science. It's just like religion or something. It's such bullshit. And now this is all the publications that the CDC uses, right? So I can't cite the CDC. I can't cite any of the publications. So I'm telling the courts, you got to come up with something other than those two, because I'm telling you, and get the scientist on the stand. I want to get the scientist on the stand and not the CDC. Tell me the scientist, because they'll just ruin their reputation. Get Fauci if you want to answer some of these questions. He doesn't know shit. He'll say he has to depend on the experts. Fine, get the expert that you're depending on and stick his ass on the witness stand. Can't do it because it's all bullshit. Now, this is why there needs to be a trial, and this is why we needed to do this right now during this. This needed to be done 2 years ago when I was suggesting it in 2020. But no, they just had their pandemic to run, their fake pandemic. Social distancing orders that have closed down economies unnecessarily for almost 2 years. Wait a minute. Did they get rid of my... Oh, did it get buried? I'm sorry. I want to try something. I want to try something again. Sometimes it's buried because it's not the newest first. I'm sorry. I'm going to try this test one more time. Maybe they did leave it up. Let's see. I might have mislabeled Google. Woke actor loses it. Oh, this is still up here. Okay. Oh, let me go back to the one I was just on. And I need to check something because sometimes what they do is YouTube will... No, it's not there. Newest first. A lot of times YouTube will bury your comment just because it's not the newest first, because it doesn't get a lot of their fake hits. Okay, never mind. I'm fine. I shouldn't have. I just wanted to check something before just to make sure. I don't know why I just thought about that. Anyway, social distancing orders have closed down economies unnecessarily for almost 2 years. Social distancing orders that have closed down economies unnecessarily for almost 2 years have most likely killed millions, if not tens of millions of people worldwide through starvation, which is millions to tens of millions of people more than social distancing orders have ever saved. Also, pharmaceutical companies and the politicians like defendants that they have bought could make a little political and monetary profit. The best protection against any virus is natural immunity. That's a fact. The best test to see who has natural immunity is the antibody test. That's a fact. The antibody test has systematically been suppressed and downplayed by defendants because they had already made lucrative deals with less safe, less reliable, misleading PCR tests that allowed defendants to gather much desired DNA data on test takers, most of whom were taking these tests non-anonymously, a critical feature that added value to the DNA collection fraud and formed the main impetus behind the vaccine mandates, not public safety. Vaccine mandates are drug testing, non-anonymous drug testing. Okay, and you take the little, you say, have you taken the vaccine before? Yes, that's written, that's non-anonymous. Okay, so they know which drug they took, which drug they sent out to that person. I mean, what is you talk about the chain of evidence. What is the chain of evidence coming from the manufacturers of this shit to the person's arm? Like the guy who put it in my arm was gay. This gay guy from CVS. What the hell is he? How much does it take to pay him to put something else in my arm than what was sent to him? Like, how much is the pharmaceutical company paying him to put something else in my arm and recording it for them? And then I go and take a DNA, and then I go and take a non-anonymous DNA test where they get my DNA. So they have my DNA. They know my ethnic background. They know what I took, and then they'll follow me and see if I get sick or die or get man boobs or become sterile later in life. These are all gene transfer. These are all gender transformation tests, probably. Who knows what they are? You don't know what they are, idiots. So everybody's arguing what's safe and what isn't. It doesn't really matter because we don't know what we're getting in our arms. So, and even if that's true, it's up to me to decide. Okay, it's because it's my fundamental Ninth Amendment right to informed consent, which is consent is part of it, but being informed is the other part, and I'm not informed enough about what's going on here. And I want it anonymously, first of all, because when you're non-anonymous, who knows what the hell they're giving you? Certainly, whatever they gave me was not a safe vaccine. The second one, put on my butt. There is no valid scientific reason anybody, but especially young children, should be receiving COVID-19 vaccinations. And in fact, the opposite is true. COVID-19 vaccines should be halted immediately, especially for children, until more information can be gathered about the mortality data results and issues plaintiff has raised here and in attachment number 1. So I've raised enough red flags that should be halted immediately, all of them, but especially the ones for kids. Conclusion. The court should strike down all COVID-19 related emergency orders by defendants immediately for 3 independent reasons. 1, defendants have never established that COVID-19 has killed or injured more people than the flu in this jurisdiction using standard scientific methods. And in fact, a false COVID-19 emergency seems to have been created and perpetuated by defendants for the purpose of covering up a real pandemic looming, which is the Alzheimer's pandemic. I'm talking about that next. Among other sinister purposes, such as rendering an entire generation of young Hispanic and Asian California schoolgirls infertile. Defendants have not shown that their COVID-19 emergency orders are fact-based and that the orders do more good than harm. You notice, and you say, how do they pick out Hispanic and Asians? Well, it's non-anonymous, you dipshits. When it's mandatory, you have to get a little card that says who you are getting the shot. And that means you could target Hispanic and Asians just from their names, pretty much. You fucking assholes. I'm so sick of arguing such little stupid shit. Like, I'm not arguing, I'm not saying the people on the street or the people I'm at work with or these people. I'm talking about, number one, politicians, and number two, scientists. Especially scientists working at Pfizer, or scientists working at Fauci, or any of these government. I mean, come on. Get your heads out of your asses. And they're mostly lazy men who will just follow whatever the closest non. And then the women who are on this are woke and will just turn me off from the mention of gay, because gays can do no wrong. So, we're just going to keep going in circles until everything finally gives way, which is starting to do now. But I mean, come on. Get your heads out of your asses. Defendants have not shown that COVID-19 emergency orders are fact-based and that the orders do more good than harm. They haven't shown that. Defendants have not established that a right to not be exposed to nature and in natural disasters even exists, much less that such a right trumps any of the fundamental rights listed by plaintiff in this complaint that are being violated by defendants' COVID-19 emergency orders. This is all very legally sound, people. Prayer for relief. Wherefore, plaintiff respectfully prays that the court, 1, enter a declaration that all current COVID-19 related emergency orders and laws issued by defendants are void. Enter a declaration that all past and future COVID-19 related emergency orders will be void unless and until defendants establish that COVID-19 is an emergency pandemic level virus that kills or injures more people than the flu. Enter a preliminary and permanent injunction barring defendants from enforcing any COVID-19 related urgent emergency orders and laws. Enter a judgment for plaintiff. Award fees and costs for plaintiff, which are $0. $10 for maybe for printing something out. I don't know. Grant. I haven't had to. I don't think. Anyway, grant such further and other relief as the court deems just and proper. Verification. I, Huguette Nicole Young, née Pelletier, am the plaintiff in the above titled action. I have read the foregoing and know the contents thereof. The same is true of my knowledge, except as to those matters which are therein alleged, and information and belief. As to those matters I believe true, I declare under penalty of perjury, and that this declaration was executed at Burbank, which is exactly where I'm sitting right now, actually. I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't do that on purpose, but I think when I finally wrote this out, I was here. Or I was up at the Vons in Burbank. I was at the Starbucks over in Burbank by the Vons. Yep. Okay. And that's an online handwriting because my handwriting is horrible and it's allowed. Attachment 1. Summary. If you saw my regular handwriting, you would think I was a serial murderer. I swear to God. I hate handwriting, people, because the minute I do it, I say, okay, this is make or break time for me with this person, because all they have to do is get my handwriting analyzed, and I swear to God, it's so horrible. And I'm not talking about horrible like a doctor, where it's like sharp and it's like a fancy. It's just, it looks like a 12-year-old boy's handwriting. It really does, and it looks like I'm like, I don't know, I'm hindered in some way mentally. So I don't know. Attachment 1, I filed those. Okay, so that's it, folks. I'm going to now read this one. It says less, and the only difference is I changed it to fewer, and I'm going to read it, the recent version. And we're done. Channel dashboard. Oh, let's see are we done? I think we're done. Wait, let me see if that got posted or not. The reason I came here, I'm usually over by the Vons, and the reason I came here is because I ran out of, I had to come and charge my battery in the middle of the night, which is one of the reasons I love 24-hour fitness. Let me see what the analytics are here. My dashboard. I probably shouldn't be showing my dashboard, but a lot of people are starting to view this. Look at this. Anyway, look at that. 5,000 views, and I've only had, I had only like 100 views a few days ago, and now all of a sudden I'm getting all these views. Last 2 days, 1.5k views. I mean, that's incredible, but I want to see, hold on, let's do something here. I want to see if this other one came up. Where is it's my channel dashboard, but how do I get to your channel? All right, let's just do this. I know what we're going to do. Let's do this. Let's go home. Music of the Night Swamp tutorial. I want to see if what the latest one I did is up. Part 8. Part 9. Yes! No views 3 hours ago. That's okay. Well, actually, okay. I mean, it's fine. It'll start to get more views. Oh, 2 views 3 hours ago. Okay. So this is up. Part 9. And this is the one I just did today is part 10. I'm going to put it up now. It takes a while, but and then that'll be done. Bye. Everything's going to be okay, everybody. I feel like Elon Musk right now. He's dumping. Actually, why did I get the feeling he's part of the swamp now? Oh, because his narrative is it's mostly the government doing this, and it's not. It's other companies. I don't like his narrative. It's second-tier Nazi propaganda. Unless he's being advised and asked by Trump to run things a certain way, because there's a certain kind of plan going on that I'm not aware of. That's the only reason. But other than that, it sounds like he's being a defense contractor swamp guy. That's all. So, yeah. Okay, everything's going to be okay, everybody. Hang in there. This is part 10. Tonight I'm going to read part 11, and then they're probably going to cancel my YouTube account when we're reading part 11, which is the COVID-19, which really blows up the whole thing. It just completely drops a bomb in the whole thing. Clipchamp, that's what I use to clip 2 YouTube together. It's from Microsoft, actually. It's ironic that the one that serves me best is from Microsoft, but so be it. Oh, some people say, oh, you said Google is free, but it's not, because they're collecting all this data on you, so it's not free, like Microsoft. And I'm saying, yeah, so you're telling me Microsoft isn't collecting this data on me? I'm paying for Word, I'm paying to use Word, and at the same time, they're collecting just as much, if not more, data, people. So the fact that I said I'm using Google and it's free, and that's why I use it, is not, I mean, of course I know they're collecting data on me, but they're all collecting data on you, nimwits. So it's like the least of all the evils, because at least it's free. And actually, Google is, like, I don't care, like, I think they have such good products. Like their maps and everything. I love everything they're doing. It's free, but then they collect data on me, but what are they going to do? It's not as bad as Microsoft, which collects data on me and is also pushing for, well, Google is, they got to get rid of the YouTube people. Every one of these companies has good people working for them. 99% good people working for them. It's just 1% of gay Nazi assholes that run everything. Okay, and all the non-gay dumbass morons. Ooh, Idina, what's this one for 11:11? I didn't see this clip. It's 11 minutes and 11 seconds. Did you see that? Just because it says 11:11, I'm going to go watch it. Anyway, I'm going to go watch that. Bye, everybody. Everything's going to be okay. Hang in there. Living my best life for sure. And I hope everybody, Godspeed to everybody coming out the other side in one piece. P-E-A-C-E. And Godspeed to me getting out the other side in one P-I-E-C-E. God, I hope nobody comes and gets me and comes after my life. But anyway, we're okay. It's okay, everybody. Hang in there. Bye. Love you. Why did I say that? It's because I'm tired, and that's how I end my conversations with my kids. These are the only people I talk to. Bye. Love you. Okay. Bye, everybody. We'll talk to you a little bit later on number 11, and then I'm done. And then I'm just gonna watch movies for the rest of my life. I think I'm really, really done. I keep saying that, and then and then stuff comes up, but I'm really done. Bye.